Here's your daily reminder that people suck and you're going to get pissed off today. Don't cuss nobody out, don't fist fight, and don't go to jail. You got this. Good luck.
It's a good time to be medicated. Good time, good time.
It was a beautiful day. The sun beat down. I had the radio on. I was driving. Trees went by. Me and Del were singing a little runaway. I was flying. Yeah, running down a dream that never would come to me. Working on a mystery, going wherever it leads. Running down a dream. I felt so good, like anything was possible. Hit cruise control and rub my eyes. The last 3 days, and the rain was unstoppable. It was always cold, no sunshine. Yeah, running down a dream that never would come to me. Working on a mystery, going wherever it leads. Running down a dream. I rolled on, the sky grew dark. I put the pedal down to make some time. There's something good waiting down this road. I'm picking up whatever is mine. I'm running down a dream that never would come to me. Working on a mystery, going wherever it leads. Running down a dream.
We believe in governance. We want to keep government open. A shutdown is very serious.
There are real consequences when the government shuts down. It harms our national security, it harms our economy, and it harms service members, veterans, retirees, and vulnerable communities.
We all know a shutdown is unnecessary and completely avoidable.
The tragedy here is all the civilian employees. It is the American people who are going to suffer.
Border Patrol agents will not be paid. TSA agents will not be paid. Small businesses will be hurt.
Not only is it irresponsible and purposely misleading, it is dangerous precedent to be threatening a shutdown.
I'm worried about our air controllers, those in the military. We have over almost 40,000 in the military, as well as personnel who work in the military, and they won't have checks. I mean, this is real.
The real people's lives at stake.
It is not normal to hold 800,000 workers' paychecks hostage. It is not normal to shut down the government when we don't get what we want.
Our troops deserve better. Our children deserve better. And the American people deserve better.
These chaos agents, they don't have a plan B. They just want to see everything burn.
Shutdown is an extremist policy designed to appeal to an extremist base and hold the whole country hostage.
So if this shutdown, you know who's going to feel the pain? You know who it hurts? You.
Something special. So today is 100 days to go for a new competition that we created together. The FIFA Club World Cup, the best clubs in the world with the best players in the world. So we can show this is a unique trophy. This is the trophy, but it's not finished because it's unlike any other trophy. There is a key.
Oh, wow.
There is no other sports trophy like that.
Oh, that is good. Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta be kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wait.
Wow. That's one I understand.
And that's the trophy.
That is something, huh?
We gotta win now. Mr. President. This is a good one.
That's beautiful.
Inter Miami and Seattle Sounders play.
Never seen anything like that.
It's a trophy of the future.
Yeah.
It represents the past, the future, everything, the present.
And this will be at the White House for a little while.
Yes.
So if anybody needs a picture or anything, you can take it. But this is.
If you like it, Mr. President, it can stay here just on the 13th of July. You should take it with me.
Let's leave it here.
To the stadium to give it to the winners. They can take a picture, then we bring it back here after the picture.
Let's do that. We'll leave it here. We'll have it in the White House quite a bit.
Excellent.
It travels a little bit also, but I appreciate it. That's good. And I know this can definitely stay, right? Anyway, thank you, Johnny, very much.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Initiate drop sequence. On my mark. 10.
Let's do that. We'll leave it here. We'll have it in the White House quite a bit.
Excellent.
It travels a little bit also, but I appreciate it. That's good.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Display.
Never seen anything like that.
It's a trophy of the future.
Yeah.
It represents the past, the future, everything, the present.
Let's do that. We'll leave it here. We'll have it in the White House quite a bit. It travels a little bit also, but I appreciate it. That's good.
Treated you like a rusty blade, a throwaway from an open grave. Cut you loose from a chain gang and let you you're gone. And on the day you said it's true, some love holds, some gets used. Tried to tell you I never knew it could be so sweet. Who could ever be so cruel? Blame the devil for the things you do. It's such a selfish way to lose, the way you lose these wasted blues, these wasted blues. Tell me that it's nobody's fault, nobody's fault but my own. Tell me that it's nobody's fault, nobody's fault but my own. Tell me that it's nobody's fault, nobody's fault but my own. Tell me that it's nobody's fault, nobody's fault but my own. When the moon is a counterfeit, better find the one that fits. Better find the one that lights the way for you. When the road is full of nails, garbage pails and darkened jails, and the tongues are full of heartless tales that drain on you. Who would ever notice you and fade into a shaded room? It's such a selfish way to lose, the way you lose these wasted blues, these wasted blues. Tell me that it's nobody's fault, nobody's fault but my own. Tell me that it's nobody's fault, nobody's fault but my own. Tell me that it's nobody's fault, nobody's fault but my own. Tell me that it's nobody's fault, nobody's fault but my own.
In 160 seconds, you will decide how this story ends. This is a story about us, the indoor generation. A generation that spends 90% of its life indoors. It all started the day we left nature behind. We filled our homes with lovely things and all the stuff we wanted. Our homes became places you would never want to leave. Artificial light replaced daylight, and we built our houses so that nothing could escape. We cooked and showered, breathed and played, slept and sweated. But we had closed ourselves in to a point where nothing could get out. So when the air turned bad inside, we tried fixing it with chemicals. And we put in little artificial suns everywhere to make the darkness bearable. That's when things started to happen. Hard to notice in the beginning. Some needed help, to sleep, to breathe, to not itch. Many of us even started to feel sad. So we turned on happy lamps to make the sadness go away. Then, scientists discovered that the air inside our homes is up to 5 times more polluted than the air outside, and that the lack of daylight can affect children's learning and increase blood pressure. It turns out that kids' rooms often have the highest concentration of toxicants in the house. In fact, millions of homes are unhealthy to live in. They discovered that living in damp and moldy homes increases the risk of asthma by 40%. And I learned that millions of people like me suffer from asthma and allergies caused by a bad indoor environment. And so, here we are. How the story ends is up to you, because it's not written yet. If you care about the indoor generation, do something. Begin to think and live differently. Let light and fresh air into your life again. Even small changes can make a huge difference for coming generations.
Some people are just born to fight, I think. It's not that they're born brave. It's not that they're born strong. It's just that the universe has decided that this one will have grit and fire and steel in their blood. And it'll be tested, this cosmic metal of theirs. They'll face trial after trial, be broken and damaged in countless ways. But this one was born to fight. Maybe it's not the life they would have chosen. Maybe they'd love to lay down their arms. But they were born to fight.
China and Iran are doing military exercises together. Does that concern you?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Why not?
Because we're stronger than all of them. We have more power than all of them. I rebuilt the military. Unfortunately, Biden did nothing with it, but I rebuilt the military. But we don't want to even talk about that. I think if
candle calls the mama, I'm sure all the hand and I just around. Action speaks louder than words, and I'm a man of great experience. I know you got another man, but I can love you better than him. Take my hand, don't be afraid, I'm gonna prove every word I say. I'm advertising love for free, so you can place your ad for me. Once I come along and down by the dozen, I ain't nothing but thing, let me light your candle, calls her mama, I'm sure all the hand and I gets around. Yeah, all the hand now. Oh, baby. Baby, here I am, a man on your scene. I can give you what you want, but you got to come home with me. I forgot some good old loving, and I got some more in store. When I get through throwing on you, you gotta come running back for more. Both are run along and down by the dozen. That ain't nothing but drugstore love. Hey, little thing, let me light your candle, calls her mama, I'm sure all the hand and I gets around. Hard, hard to handle now. Oh yeah, let me light your candle, calls her mama, I'm sure all the hand and I gets around. Yeah. and I'll turn right back around. Give me one reason to stay here, and I'll turn right back around. Said I don't wanna leave you lonely. You gotta make me change my mind. Baby, I got your number. Oh, and I know that you got mine. You know that I called you. I called too many times. You can call me, baby. You can call me anytime. You got to call me. Give me one reason to stay here, and I'll turn right back around. Give me one reason to stay here, and I'll turn right back around. Said I don't wanna leave you lonely. You gotta make me change my mind. I don't want no one to squeeze me. They might take away my life. I don't want no one to squeeze me. They might take away my life. I just want someone to hold me. Oh, and rock me through the night. The youthful heart can love you, yes, and give you what you need. I said this youthful heart can love you, oh, and give you what you need. But I'm too old to go chasing you around, wasting my precious energy. Give me one reason to stay here, yes, and I'll turn right back around. Give me one reason to stay here, oh, and I'll turn right back around. Said I don't wanna leave you lonely. You gotta make me change my mind. Baby, just give me one reason. Oh, give me just one reason why. Baby, just give me one reason. Oh, give me just one reason why I should stay. Said I told you that I loved you, and there ain't no more to say.
When God gives you a business idea, He's not looking at your bank balance. He's looking at your belief. The same God who gave you the vision will send the clients, the resources, and the opportunities. Your job isn't to question how, it's to trust who sent you. Because here's the truth. God doesn't plant ideas without provision. If He put it in your heart, He's already made a way. Your job isn't to overthink it, it's to start. And I know starting can feel scary when you don't have all the answers. But faith moves faster than money. The resources don't show up first, the decision does. When you move, everything else aligns. You're not meant to do this alone. The right people, the right opportunities, they are already on their way to you. But they can't meet you where you haven't moved. So if you've been waiting for the money, the sign, or the right time, this is it. Move in faith and watch how God handles the rest.
You are going to make it.
You are going to make it, and when you do, you are going to be so thankful that you didn't give up. You are going to go further than you ever thought possible. You are going to make your family so proud. You are going to be able to set your family up in that house. You are going to be able to do it. You are going to step into that thing that you've been avoiding. You are going to take the step in the direction of success. You are going to do it. I know sometimes you say, I can't go on any further. I can't do it. But God is saying, you can and you will and you are doing it right now. Like right now, you are doing it. You are capable of doing so much more than you even thought possible. You have only scratched the surface with what is in you. You are going to show up and share your gifts. You are going to be seen. You are going to get your recognition. This is the promise that is spoken on your life. It is only up to you to believe it. God has given you wings. It is only up to you to believe that you have them. It is only up to you to have faith that you can use them, that you can fly exceedingly and abundantly higher than you've ever been before, that you can do things that no one else has done before, that your family has not done before. And you are already doing it. The world is yours. Oh my goodness. You are going to do such great things in this world. I just feel the Holy Spirit say, like, you are so special and you are so capable and you are going to do it. And I'm proud of you.
If you don't want me to pray for you, keep scrolling. Heavenly Father, I speak victory, life, healing, and abundance over this person. Cancel every plan and assignment the devil has for them. Take everything the devil meant for evil and turn it around for their good. Turn every obstacle into an opportunity. Turn every breaking point into a breakthrough. Jesus, the same way you turned water into wine, I pray you turn their anxiety into peace, their sadness into joy, their fear into faith, their what ifs into even ifs, their mess into their message, their test into their testimony. I pray you heal any pain this person has been dealing with. Take away their anxiety, depression, and burdens they've been carrying. Replace their negative thoughts with positive thoughts and give them the love, comfort, fulfillment, and satisfaction they've been looking for their entire life. In Jesus' name I pray. Hey.
Pain a spin, see if you can somehow factor in. You know there's always more than one way to say exactly what you mean to say. Was I out of my head or was I out of my mind? How could I have ever been so blind? I was waiting for an indication, it was hard to find. Don't matter what I say, only what I do. I never mean to do bad things to you. So quiet, but I finally woke up. If you're sad, then it's time you spoke up too. Only what I do. I never mean to do bad things to you. So quiet, but I finally woke up. If you're sad, then it's time you spoke up too. Was I out of my head or was I out of my mind? How could I have ever been so blind? I was waiting for an invitation, it was hard to find. Don't matter what I say, only what I do. I never mean to do bad things to you. So quiet, but I finally woke up. If you're sad, then it's time you spoke up too.
You there, soldier of God. I've been asked to remind you that the enemy roams around like a lion, looking for a soul to devour. Do not let it be you. So while you sleep, he plots. While you laugh, he schemes. So put on your helmet of salvation. Put on your breastplate of righteousness. Put on that belt of truth. Make sure those shoes of peace are tight. Don your shield. You will need it for when the enemy throws his fiery darts at you. And most importantly, make sure your sword is sharp. The word of God is the only tool we have to fight this enemy. So know it, be well trained in it, and do not be afraid. For God did not give us a spirit of fear. And remember that if God goes before us and is with us, who, dare I say, can stand against us?
2024 is the final battle. They're going after Trump, and if they can get Trump, it means they can get you, they can get me, they can get all of us. He is standing in the way, and that can sound like a campaign slogan, but it's very true.
Now we're approaching the most important battle of our lives.
Now, for the very first time in American history, a sitting president's DOJ has indicted his top political rival ahead of a presidential campaign. When they indicted me for nothing, I said, now the gloves are off. Now we have to say if I can see the truth.
Now we're approaching the most important battle of our lives. If you fuck around with us, if you do something bad to us, we are going to do things to you that have never been done before.
You told me you were drowning. I would not lend a hand. I've seen your face before, my friend. Know if you know who I am. Well, I was there and I saw what you did. I saw it with my own two eyes. So you can wipe off that grin. I know
If you have a problem with someone, you have to go after them. And it's not necessarily to teach that person a lesson. It's to teach all of the people that are watching a lesson.
The last time we ever met, but I know the reason why you keep me silent.
When we get back in the White House, I will totally obliterate the deep state.
The hurt doesn't show, but the pain still grows. Some strangers to you and me.
Get back power. I don't really want to have peace with these people who did this to us and are continuing to do this to us. We have to turn the tables on them, give them a dose of their own medicine, and then we can even the playing field, and then we can discuss unity.
Welcome to Patriot News Broadcasting. I can feel it in the air tonight. It's not quite night yet, but I do have the windows open, so feel something coming in through the air. I think it's just air. Good to see you guys. Hope you're having a good one. It's Tuesday, March 11th. Got a lot of news we're going to look at. A lot of cool videos, like always. You know, it's like I hear people saying we got to see that justice, and I still feel like justice maybe has already happened on a huge level, and we're just waiting to get to that point. But what do I know? We do have some cool things we're going to look at, starting with this post from Ivanka Trump. By June, you will be living in a completely different environment. Upgrades are coming. What do you guys think about that? It's March, obviously, mid-March. I know some people are going to say they're moving the goalposts, they're moving it to June and September, and I don't know. That's a bold statement. How do you guys feel about it? It's good to see all of you too. So anyway, it's good news either way. Ivanka, good share. I wanted to share this with you as well. It was Delta from yesterday. Saving Israel for last, very specific reason, not mentioned a single time. And I noticed at the bottom it talked about Ukraine is the land of the Khazars, descendants of Khazar, or the Khazarians. I don't know how you say that technically. Interesting connection, though, I thought. So wanted to point that out. Also wanted to point this out and see how you felt about it. If everything had gone smoothly, just as you envisioned, wouldn't you have become complacent? Would you have really depended on the Lord so much? Would you really have known that He's the one doing it all? You might think you could have done without those setbacks and problems and persecutions, but you're wrong. You needed them. How do you guys feel about that? Oh, that was cool. Back by popular demand for the first time in 20 years, the Emmy-nominated original Apprentice starring President Donald Trump is back. Watch season 1 of The Apprentice, apparently now streaming on Prime Video. New seasons every Monday. New seasons every Monday? I don't know exactly what that means, but he's a busy dude, isn't he? How does he find time for this stuff? Trump says will shortly be declaring a national emergency on electricity after Canadian province of Ontario imposes 25% surcharges on electricity exports to New York, Michigan, and Minnesota. That situation seems to be very much like the Ukraine situation right now, where it's kind of going back and forth and back and forth. And he says they will become the 51st state. But we're going to look a little deeper into this. Trump posted, "Why would our country allow another country to supply us with electricity, even for a small area? Who made these decisions and why? And can you imagine Canada stooping so low as to use electricity that so affects the life of innocent people as a bargaining chip and threat? They will pay a financial price for this so big that it'll be read about in history books for many years to come." I also noticed something else today that's probably not so great. Canada files to sell USD bonds with the size undisclosed. The country holds approximately $378 billion in U.S. debt. So they could, like, sell our debt. Not so good. Not so good. God, that's a long one. Further, he posted, based on Ontario, Canada placing a 25% tariff on electricity coming into the United States, I've instructed my Secretary of Commerce to add an additional 25% tariff to 50% on all steel and aluminum coming into the U.S. from Canada, one of the highest tariffing nations anywhere in the world. This will go into effect tomorrow morning on the 12th. Also, Canada must immediately drop their anti-American farmer tariff of 250 to 390% on various U.S. dairy products, which has long been considered outrageous. I will shortly be declaring a national emergency on electricity within the threatened area. This will allow the U.S. to quickly do what has to be done to alleviate this abusive threat from Canada. If other egregious long-time tariffs are not likewise dropped by Canada, I will substantially increase on April 2nd the tariffs on cars coming into the U.S., which will essentially permanently shut down the automobile manufacturing business in Canada. Those cars can easily be made in the United States. Also, Canada pays very little for national security, relying on the U.S. for military protection. We are subsidizing Canada to the tune of more than $200 billion a year. This cannot continue. The only thing that makes sense is for Canada to become our cherished 51st state. This would make all tariffs and everything else totally disappear. Canadians' taxes will be very substantially reduced. They will be more secure, military and otherwise, than ever before, and there would be no longer a northern border problem. And the greatest and most powerful nation in the world will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever. So you get the point there, but it's kind of like a lot of bickering back and forth, don't you think, for what we should be focused on, but maybe it's a means to a better end. And another Trump post while we're on the topic. I promise it's like the last one. To Republicans, conservatives, and all great Americans, Elon Musk is putting it on the line in order to help our nation, and he is doing a fantastic job. But the radical left lunatics, as they often do, are trying to illegally and collusively boycott Tesla, one of the world's greatest automakers and Elon's baby, in order to attack and do harm to Elon and everything he stands for. They tried to do it to me at the 2024 presidential ballot box, but how'd that work out? In any event, I'm going to buy a brand new Tesla tomorrow morning as a show of confidence and support for Elon Musk, a truly great American. Why should he be punished for putting his tremendous skills to work in order to help make America great? If you think Trump drives anywhere, I bet he's had a limo driver his entire life. Not to diss on Trump, but just saying. I know, it's principle of the thing. I get it. Wait till you see this post from Elon. It's going to blow your mind. In fact, I'm going to start with it. Let's check this out. This is crazy.
You went to a private Kardashian gathering? What was that like?
Joe, look the things I'd seen that night.
was really just something I thought was just like a dumb Reddit conspiracy. But the things those women do to maintain their youth, to maintain their beauty, it was atrocious. Everything started out sort of normal. I was greeted by, Chris, Kim, Chloe, Court. The house was beautiful, almost as big as mine. But I'd noticed Kanye kind of standing off to the side, looking a bit distressed. And so I'd approached him and introduced myself. I said, "Nice to meet you, Kanye. Loved the Vultures album." And looking distressed, he just said, "Appreciate it, dog. Appreciate it." He'd said to me, "These hoes got me overly f***ed up. I gotta get these witches away from my kids, bro." I didn't really know what he'd meant exactly, but after he said to me, "You want to see what these people really be on?" I'd followed him down a large hall and into this kind of large walk-in fridge. Joe, there was just hundreds of what had looked like blood bags. I said, "Kanye, say something. What the hell is this stuff?" He said, "Adrenochrome. These people are sadistic." "Why do you think Shorty looks 18 at 43? They feed on the fluids of the youth." He says to me, he goes, and I didn't find this out until after I had kids with the bitch. He says to me, he goes, "They tried to bring me in. They wanted to inaugurate me into their weird little cult gatherings. Why do you think I left her? Why do you think they've been trying to cancel me ever since?"
Now I kind of wish I'd seen the rest of that interview with Joe Rogan. That's pretty wild, though, isn't it? Elon apparently knows some things. That's wild. Wild shit right there. I guess that's what happens when you go to a party at the Kardashians. My God, I can't talk lately. Somebody smack me around, please. That sounded weird. Let's just move on.
People who are definitely dead marked as alive in the Social Security database. Why were hundreds of millions of dollars of Small Business Administration loans were given out to people aged 11 and under, according to the Social Security? I mean, like, these must be some very enterprising 8-year-olds,
And some pretty strong 150-year-olds.
Yes. Exactly. As the president said, we have an enormous number of people marked as alive who are 160. He didn't know the country was that healthy.
So apparently we've been giving business loans to 11-year-olds and kids age 11 and under. I suppose they should have some killer lemonade stands, right? Should expect some damn good lemonade. U.S. District Judge Christopher Cooper has ordered the release of Elon Musk's Doge records, citing extraordinary influence and an unusual level of secrecy. Diving a little deeper into that.
A judge found that President Donald Trump's Department of Government Efficiency is likely subject to public records laws and ordered Doge to respond quickly to a watchdog group's information request. Judge Christopher Cooper said in an order, Doge's unprecedented authority meant it easily fit the definition of an agency under the Freedom of Information Act. The judge based his finding in part on Doge spearheading mass resignations and firings, cutting hundreds of millions of dollars worth of federal contracts, and dismantling an entire agency. Cooper said Doge also operated in unusual secrecy, leading the judge to conclude complying expeditiously with the FOIA request was critical. Cooper asked for a status update on Doge's compliance with his order by March 20th. While Justice Department attorneys have argued Doge is not subject to FOIA, they have not explained why, saying they will reserve their arguments for the phase of the lawsuit that examines the merits of the case. Cooper also addressed concerns that Doge employees were using an outside server to store employees' information and communicating on Signal, an encrypted messaging app that can self-delete communication. Cooper wrote, "This evidence gives rise to the possibility that representatives of the department entities may not fully appreciate their obligations to preserve federal records." DOJ attorneys did not refute media reports that it signaled use or other surreptitious activities in a hearing.
Interesting. So, I mean, they are required to keep good records, obviously, but on the other hand, if they started releasing what they're doing now, it might tip off other agencies before they get audited. I mean, I can only assume. The people protesting Doge, funny enough, seems like they might just be getting paid.
Yeah, I get paid to be out here.
You get paid to be out here?
Yeah.
Amazing. So some pack
You really are getting paid for this?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Oh, definitely. 100% I'm getting paid for this.
Wonder how much it pays to protest Doge. See, they know everybody's broke and poor right now, and they're gonna exploit you all till the end. We watched that one, so moving on. This was an interesting post. This is the first arrest of many to come, says President Trump. This is Mahmoud Khalil, and Trump posted on this. Following my previously signed executive orders, ICE proudly apprehended and detained Mahmoud Khalil, radical foreign pro-Hamas student on the campus of Columbia University. This is the first arrest of many to come. We know there are more students at Columbia and other universities across the country who have engaged in pro-terrorist, anti-Semitic, anti-American activity, and the Trump administration will not tolerate it. And so people kind of wondered what's the explanation for all this, what he'd do, and so...
So, what's going on?
Well, actually, I have a couple of questions. At the core of pro-Palestinian protests on college campuses and elsewhere is a demand to end the war in Gaza, a goal that this administration actually supports and has pursued. So why has this not been acknowledged or highlighted even?
Because these colleges and these protests have again put out Hamas propaganda. The flyers that have been distributed call for violence. The flyers that have been distributed have the logo of an organization that has held Americans hostage, that murdered innocent babies, that murdered men, women, and children. They are a designated foreign terrorist organization, and we are not going to tolerate non-citizens, foreigners who come here on a visa engaging in such behavior, siding with terrorists. And the Secretary of State reserves the authority to revoke the green card or the visa of an individual who serves as an actually, it says right here, reasonable grounds to believe that the alien's presence or activities in the United States would have potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences to the United States. And I think siding with Hamas makes that quite clear. Secretary Rubio exercised that authority, and we fully believe that we are going to move forward with more arrests, as President Trump previewed in his statement yesterday. Ed.
Yeah, thanks.
Go ahead.
So are there conversations between the administration and the Canadians going on over this tariff?
I know what people are going to say is that, is this about pro-Hamas activities that they don't want happening on these campuses, or is this about anti-Israel activities? And I frankly can't answer that personally, but I get what you're saying. This, I know, came out a day or two ago, but I wanted to make sure I pointed it out. Per POTUS's directive, I've revoked security clearances and barred access to classified information for Anthony Blinken, Jake Sullivan, Lisa Monaco, Mark Zaid, Norman Eisen, Letitia James, Alvin Bragg, and Andrew Wiseman, along with the 51 signers of the Hunter Biden disinformation letter. The president's daily brief is no longer being provided to former President Biden, which we had mentioned before. Ukraine launches the biggest drone attack on Moscow since the war began. We'll take a look into this.
A massive Ukrainian drone strike on the Russian capital overnight. According to Russian state media, defense forces intercepted more than 300 drones fired at Russia, with 91 of them specifically targeting the Moscow region. Officials say one person was killed and several others wounded. The attack unfolded just hours before critical talks between the US and Ukraine on ending the war with Russia. That meeting in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, is set to begin in less than 2 hours. And it comes less than 2 weeks after the last US-Ukraine meeting at the White House ended quite badly. This time, Volodymyr Zelensky is not expected to take part in the actual talks with the US, but the Ukrainian president is in Saudi Arabia meeting with the Crown Prince. The top American diplomat says he wants to know what concessions Ukraine would be willing to make, adding that these talks will be key in determining whether the US will lift its pause on military aid and intelligence.
337 drones and they killed one person. Yeah, that's fine. That's good. I don't want death. I'm just saying that was an expensive murder right there. Kind of seems ridiculous. But on other news, it says the Ukrainian army is surrendering en masse to the advancing Russian army through the Kursk region, and there's even video of that. So what's the real deal? Seems like it's a little bit of back and forth still on the old battlefront. But these guys were forced to fight. You know, they were mobilized, pulled off the streets. They don't want to fight to begin with. But in further news today from Marco Rubio.
Today we made an offer that the Ukrainians have accepted, which is to enter into a ceasefire and into immediate negotiations to end this conflict in a way that's enduring and sustainable and accounts for their interests, their security, their ability to prosper as a nation. I want to personally thank, we both want to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, His Majesty, for hosting us, for making this possible. They've been instrumental in this process, and we're very grateful to them for hosting us here today. And hopefully we'll take this offer now to the Russians. And we hope that they'll say yes, to peace. The ball is now in their court. And but again, the president's objective here is, number one, above everything else, he wants the war to end. And I think today Ukraine has taken a concrete step in that regard. We hope the Russians will reciprocate.
The ball's now in their court. I've heard that before. Did he just steal the Russian president's? I don't know. Anyway, they're talking about concessions again.
Russia's offensive inside Ukraine remains unrelenting. In the Kursk region, a Russian drone hitting a Ukrainian military column as Russia retakes control of villages and claims its forces are close to surrounding thousands of Ukrainian troops following days of missile strikes that killed civilians. The attacks come after President Trump halted military aid and sharing key intelligence to Ukraine, a decision that has drawn criticism from even Republican lawmakers.
You're not helping anybody during these discussions if you do not provide the weapons necessary for Ukraine to defend themselves. You're not helping end the war if you deny intelligence to Ukraine.
Giving them weapons is not going to help end the war. Anyway, as you can see, it seems like there's a lot of back and forth, peace talks and explosions. Anyway, Trump's seems like he's planning on going to Russia.
Very importantly, and I said it, Ukraine. Ceasefire. Ukraine, ceasefire. Just agreed to a little while ago. Now we have to go to Russia and hopefully President Putin will agree to that also, and we can get this show on the road. We can get this horrible war where 2,000-3,000 soldiers a week, every week, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 sometimes. I get the reports, and they're not American soldiers. They're Ukrainian and they're Russian. But people are being killed outside of that. People are being killed in the cities as things explode throughout the cities, and we want to get that war over with. So I think it's a very big. I think it's a big difference between the last visit you saw at the Oval Office and this. So that's a total ceasefire. Ukraine has agreed to it, and hopefully Russia will agree to it. We're going to meet with them later on today and tomorrow, and hopefully we'll be able to wipe out a deal. But I think the ceasefire is very important. If we can get Russia to do it, that'll be great. If we can't, we just keep going on and people are going to get killed. Lots of people.
Elon's son kind of looks, I don't know, he doesn't really look like Elon. Anyway, we'll see if Trump ends up going to Russia. Arkansas State Senate has passed a bill authorizing ivermectin to be sold over the counter, and there's a lot of other states still trying to follow suit there. Former Philippine president arrested at airport on ICC warrant. Let's take a further look real fast.
Former president of the Philippines, Rodrigo Duterte, is on a plane on his way to The Hague, according to his lawyer. Duterte was taken into custody by police in Manila earlier today, acting on an arrest warrant issued by the International Criminal Court. Now, the ICC alleges Duterte committed crimes against humanity in his brutal crackdown on drugs that killed thousands of Filipinos during his 6-year presidency. Well, in a video shot after he was detained, he claimed the arrest was illegal. Well, let's bring in Richard Heydarian, who is a podcaster, lecturer, and the author of The Rise of...
So I know you guys probably don't care too much about that, but thought I'd point that out. This old Hillary Clinton email WikiLeaks had put out sort of coming back up as relevant. Israeli intelligence says collapse of Syria will spark a Sunni-Shiite war that will benefit Israel. Hillary Clinton's emails regarding Syria reveal that the U.S. toppling Assad would ignite a Sunni-Shiite war, but that would ultimately serve Israel, as it would lead to the collapse of Iran's nuclear project. And people bring that up just because the situation there's still very, very, very bad. So, I don't know. Something's got to happen with that situation. And coming back up to haunt the left, at least, as well as the Seth Rich situation. The government releases list of withheld docs in Seth Rich investigation. Indicates case in 2016 is still an ongoing law enforcement investigation. Of course, the Vaughn indexes for Seth Rich's personal and work laptops have been obtained. The Vaughn index details records withheld by the government, usually in response to a FOIA request, and explains the reasons for their redaction or non-disclosure. I'll take a little deeper look and remind you.
Back with a Fox News alert, a brand new bombshell in the murder of that guy right there, a DNC staffer. An investigator now says Seth Rich was in contact with WikiLeaks.
Not only that, he claims there's been a law enforcement cover-up.
Well, Griff Jenkins live in Washington with these breathtaking, breaking developments. Griff.
Brian Ainsley and Steve, good morning. Breaking indeed and developing at a rapid pace. Bombshell new evidence of a former DNC staffer you just showed there, Seth Rich, suggests he was in communications with WikiLeaks prior to his murder last summer. Let me take you back. Here in the nation's capital, it was last July. DNC staffer Seth Rich was shot and killed on the way home from a bar in a trendy Northwest neighborhood here. Police initially saying that they believed it was a botched robbery, but questions remain with the investigation still open. Now, a year later, according to a parallel investigation by former D.C. police homicide detective and Fox News contributor Rod Wheeler, there's evidence that Rich had contact.
So obviously that's looking back ways anyway, but, I think he had moved to turn over a lot of stuff to WikiLeaks, and it got him killed, and I hope to find out deeper information about that. But we'll move on from that. In Houston, I know this is going on for about the last month. ICE announces the arrest of 646 illegal aliens in a long operation. It's more than a week long now in the Houston area. 543 of them were criminals, including 140 aggravated felons and 34 sex offenders. These are huge numbers for a single ICE office in 1 week. That is pretty good for a week, but it's been going on for much more than a week now. So that situation there it's crazy. They're getting people out fast. And there's a situation in Australia going on. Ricardo Bosey's supposed to be on live. Guess probably any time now, but we might look at that a little later. But we'll look into the situation and see what you think.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Marie, also known as AM, and I am the South Queensland State Coordinator for A1 based on the Gold Coast. I joined A1 purely because of the children. It was, as a grandmother, it was always about saving the kids. And I 100% and back Ricardo and A1 on the Boycott the Ballot campaign. So everyone, please support Ricardo and A1. Get out your Barbies, hold up your signs, and spread the word. Let's go.
Alright, so there's one video, a little deeper into it.
G'day, this is Christopher Corcus here, Australia One's Victorian State Coordinator. As you must surely know by now, we've been at war for many years. A fifth generation war, and Australia has been under belligerent occupation. Our governments, our bureaucracy, and our judiciary have been controlled by very dark, hostile forces, and we've seen the fallout of this in our communities. It has been heartbreaking, especially once you see it, the terrible injuries, social, financial injuries, physical and spiritual, that have been done to our young people. These are innocent young people. So what can we as civilians do to help win this war? We can stop playing the enemy's game on his turf. We cannot vote in the upcoming federal election. Boycotting the ballot is a massive blow to the bad guys that they fear. It sets in motion unstoppable processes and forces of light that will expose them, fracture and weaken them. They're coming down all right, make no mistake, and we better be ready to step up, rebuild and strengthen our communities if we want to take our country back. And that's really what Australia One is all about. So that's where I'm at. If you're an A1 brother or sister in Victoria and you need my support in our work, you know how to contact me.
I really like Ricardo Bosey, so it would be interesting to see what he's up to. And Trump even threw in his 2 cents. Malcolm Turnbull, the former Prime Minister of Australia, who was always leading that wonderful country from behind, never understood what was going on in China, nor did he have the capacity to do so. I always thought he was a weak and ineffective leader, and obviously Australians agreed with me. He's posted a lot today. Some comments Robert F. Kennedy Jr. had to make to Congress. Kind of interesting.
Today, over 100 members of Congress support a bill to fund Ozempic with Medicare at $1,500 a month. Most of these members have taken money from the manufacturer of that product, a European company called Novo Nordisk. As everyone knows, once a drug is approved for Medicare, it goes to Medicaid. And there is a push to recommend Ozempic for Americans as young as 6 over a condition, obesity, that is completely preventable and barely even existed 100 years ago. Since 74% of Americans are obese, the cost of all of them, if they take their Ozempic prescriptions, will be $3 trillion a year. This is a drug that has made Novo Nordisk the biggest company in Europe. It's a Danish company, but the Danish government does not recommend it. It recommends a change in diet to treat obesity and exercise. Virtually Novo Nordisk's entire value is based upon its projections of what Ozempic is going to sell to Americans. For half the price of Ozempic, we could purchase regeneratively raised organic agriculture, organic food for every American, 3 meals a day, and gym membership for every obese American. Why are members of Congress doing the bidding of this Danish company instead of standing up for American farmers and children? Because Novo Nordisk is one of the largest funders of medical research, the media and politicians and the medical schools all go along with them.
Because they're getting very, very rich. That's a lot of Congress people taking money. So, of course, they're going to vote right along with it. And it does sound terrifying, Salty. And then what he said there is terrifying. The kind of money they spend on it. They could feed every American three organic meals a day or something like that. I don't know. That's crazy. So, also a quick interview that Robert F. Kennedy did celebrating his new achievement, though, I'm not sure it was the greatest thing I was hoping he would do first in office.
Beef tallow.
Oh, by the way, here you go.
If you just take the red mask, and I'll take those trays back for you. Okay?
Oh, okay. Is that...
this is you, Sean.
Oh, this is me? Okay, thank you.
And Secretary, this is for you. All right, gentlemen. Enjoy.
Thank you. You didn't pick up my Coke, did you?
Get your Coke? I got you, buddy.
Miss Small, with the little ice. Okay. But I'm not going to drink it all because he's going to yell at me. I'm only kidding.
And Steak and Shake just switched out. And people are raving about these French fries. You taste them.
They're amazing. They really are. I'm not... This is not...
When I was a kid and I travel in Europe, Europe is great, always had great food. The French fries were always disappointment because we had the best French fries here. They had pommes frites over there, and they just didn't taste right. Today, the best French fries in the world are in Europe. I order them every time I go to Belgium or France or any place else. And the French fries here just don't taste right. And you taste these, it's a completely different experience, and the customers are raving about it. Other companies, Steak and Shake has been great. We're very grateful for them for RFKing the French fries. They turned me into a verb. But also Popeyes.
By the way, a plastic straw. Thank you. Thank God. I can't stand those paper straws. I hate them.
Yeah, well, RFKing the fries, they're calling it. I have not tried those fries. They'd better be good. We're happy he's in office. There's a lot of other stuff to do now. This from Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco about self-defense issue there.
They care more about criminals. I mean, they want criminals to thrive. And it's just bizarre to me. So how you could even have the thought process that said people should not be able to protect themselves is beyond me. I honestly, I don't understand it. And I've never heard a sane, legitimate argument otherwise. This is basically saying if someone approaches you and is going to rob you or steal your stuff or harm you, your only option is to run and they get whatever they want. If they're there to steal your car or your purse or your wallet or harm your wife or your kids, your only option is to run away from them. They get to do whatever it is they want, and you just have to run away. And this is like the absolute ultimate display of zero consequence for criminal behavior.
See why people in California might not be very happy about that. They need to pull the old Florida stand your ground law, right? All right, now we're going to look into some videos that came across today, some pretty cool stuff, starting with this one about Trump and advanced technology. Check it out. I think you'll like it.
Signed a number of secret memorandums stating that he wanted the release of advanced technology, and a lot of this technology was involved in the space program, and he was very aware of it. We know that President Trump is aware of advanced technologies because his uncle was the one who went in and cleared out the safe of Tesla after his death. So we are fairly sure that President Trump grew up bouncing on his uncle's knee, hearing stories of free energy. Aside from the Secret Space Program Alliance, we have a different alliance. It is made up of all of these countries that have been fighting against this cabal for 50 years or so. It is also made up of various military groups that have broken away from the cabal, such as elements of the United States military intelligence groups have broken away and have been participating with a lot of other breakaway groups in trying to overthrow the cabal who took over the United States back in the 1960s, around 1963. This alliance, Earth Alliance, began to get more and more organized. And they got organized to a point to where some of them approached some generals and told them that they wanted to do an open coup in the United States. These generals decided they would make one last ditch attempt to get rid of the cabal legally. And that's when they approached Trump, allegedly, to run for president and allow them to legally get the country back, basically.
The alliance is an international group. It is a confederacy. There are lots of different factions, some of which agree, some of which do not agree. About the only thing that they all have in common is they want to see this satanic, pedophile, elitist cabal come down in flames. They do not want these people trying to kill off most of the planet, trying to control all of this immensely high technology. The alliance also consists of a surprising majority now of personnel in the U.S. military and in the U.S. intelligence community. So we're going to have to deal with the fact sooner or later, and probably sooner, that not everybody in the government is bad. This is part of the psyop that was put out through movies and through media to get us to completely distrust all levels of society, all of the institutions, so that no one will ever be able to oppose these people. You're not going to do this by a bunch of keyboard warriors on the internet. They're not going to actually take the solid action that needs to be taken. What you do need to see is what we now are counting up in August 2018 as 45,000 sealed indictments. Now, this is on the official U.S. government court record. You can go to the pacer.gov website, which lists all of the lawsuits and all of the indictments filed in all of the different districts in America, and just count up the sealed indictments. The official count, the undisputed count, is 45,000, and the normal number for any given year is approximately 1,000. Now, this is a very, very big story that people are really not seeing exactly how awesome this is. Let's talk about what do you have to do to get a sealed indictment. Okay, a sealed indictment is the result of a secret grand jury proceeding. Now, what is a secret grand jury? A secret grand jury requires a panel of 12 to 23 U.S. citizens who are then given information and testimony from a prosecutor. The prosecutor is prosecuting a particular individual who is not invited to the proceedings, has no idea this is going on. And in legal terms, that's called ex parte. So he or she is testified against by the prosecutor, and then the jury has to decide if there is sufficient cause to prosecute this person with a crime. In which case, they file a sealed indictment. The indictment stays off the record. You don't get to know the person's name until they unseal it, at which point the person is immediately arrested. And then they get to have the regular trial by jury with a judge. But you have to understand that the prosecutor is either a federal U.S. attorney, a county district attorney, or a state attorney general. These are big, big league players. This is not some attorney that you hire in podunk, okay? These are major players creating major indictments. And the reason why they do it this way is that they're prosecuting organized crime. Typically, that's what it is. They're prosecuting a larger ring where they can't indict one person at a time. They have to get all their ducks in a row. They have to line it all up so that when they unseal the indictments, everybody gets arrested at once, and there's no ability for them to tip each other off that something happened so that the rats can flee off of the sinking ship. They all get nailed at once.
The phenomenon known as Q, or QAnon, came onto the scene at the very end of October 2017. And what essentially occurred is that a group that called themselves Q began posting on anonymous online image boards called 4chan and 8chan. And what they were posting was a lot of questions, a lot of suggestions, a lot of very interesting and intriguing data sets that essentially laid out a real-time takedown of the deep state by alliance and white hat groups behind the scenes.
As the QAnon briefings recently stated, these indictments are going to be like Watergate times 1,000. We've never seen anything like this in the history of the world. Some of the most recent QAnon briefings, which our insiders have told us is coming from the alliance, have said that there are many, many figures in the controlled mainstream media who are in these indictments as well. So Harvey Weinstein is just the beginning. And isn't it interesting that when Harvey Weinstein was finally arrested, in his hand he had the biography of Elia Kazan, who was a guy in early Hollywood history who was brought in during the McCarthy investigations and sang like a songbird and ratted out many other people in Hollywood. And Weinstein has now said he is doing the same thing, and that everybody in Hollywood was doing the same stuff that he was doing. So he was upset about why he got singled out. So once these indictments become unsealed, this will be the fulfillment of the mass arrest scenario that I have been leaking on my website since 2009.
The only two indictments that we've had unsealed so far involved the cult group NXIVM, the founder of NXIVM, Keith Raniere, and one of his understudies, the actress Allison Mack. These are the only two unsealed court records so far. And their unsealed indictments actually labeled child sex trafficking on them. And NXIVM has found to be a hotbed of cult activity, of ritual abuse, and of child sex abuse even. So if these are the only two records that have been unsealed so far, and they are taking down names of this caliber with charges of this caliber, we can only imagine what the rest of these unsealed indictments are going to show us.
This is nothing new. It didn't start with the QAnon briefings, has nothing to do with who's president of the United States right now. This is a decades-long effort in the making, and they have tried and tried and tried in various ways to get this to work. They've had consistent failures, and now they're being much more systematic and much more methodical. It's all going to be done legally. All of the indictments are totally bona fide. And it's just that once this finally happens, it will be something we have never seen before in all of American history. A true second American Revolution.
One of the things I learned as an FBI agent is not that I learned to believe in conspiracies more. What I learned to know is when I am caught up in a river of deception and everybody else around me is being taken on the same current, and we're all being taken in one direction, and suddenly one guy has to stick his head up and say, this isn't right. This is all wrong. We're all just being fed garbage, and we're not being told the truth. Well, how is it that technology in today's age, our technology has moved forward by leaps and bounds in so many areas, yet we're still driving, the entire world is still driving automobile that function essentially on the same technology that they have for 100 years. 100 years, and we're still using fossil fuels to fill up our gas tanks. How is that possible? That has not moved forward hardly one iota. I mean, they blend the stuff sometimes, but I mean, essentially, technology has been stuck for 100 years. Well, that's because that's one of the economic factors from the globalists that is so dead set against distributing real energy, which is free energy, which we know was discovered during Tesla's time.
So Nikola Tesla is known, of course, for delving into free energy or zero-point energy sciences, but funny enough, near the end of Nikola Tesla's life, he was actually delving into anti-gravity research. And unfortunately, Tesla didn't have enough time nor money towards the end of his life to be able to continue his research into anti-gravity, but he passed along his knowledge to a man named Otis Carr. And funny story about that, Nikola Tesla was staying in a hotel in New York near the end of his career. And during his stay at this hotel, he befriended one of the workers that was there, and that was Otis Carr. And they courted a relationship, and Nikola Tesla actually felt comfortable enough to begin sharing some of his research with Otis Carr. Now, Otis Carr then went, after Nikola Tesla's passing, to develop this research out a little bit more so, and Otis Carr actually developed what was called the OCT-X1, I believe, and it was actually a flying saucer craft that was piloted with the consciousness of the individual, and he did supposedly actual experiments that were successful in navigating both space and time with this craft. So we could say Otis Carr actually was the first person to develop begin to develop a civilian-based space program, but he was essentially run out of business and was not able to continue the work he was doing because the military-industrial complex suppressed his work.
But the same forces that destroyed that, I mean, at that time, supposedly it was Thomas Edison, who was a part of the global system. I mean, he was the original fossil fuels and normal electricity system, and he was just a front man to destroy Tesla and destroy his because the efforts to destroy his patents came from national government, not just Edison and his private conglomerate that had billions of dollars even at that time. And the reason for that is why? Because this effort to repress free energy was coming from the elite powers in control, the ones that sit on top of everybody and tell everybody, we got to stop this. And what we're seeing today, of course, is that...
All right, moving right along. I got another video I want you guys to watch. I got a handful of these. This one's short, though.
When the study was concluded in '64, they concluded that there were 4 different groups apparently coming and visiting us. Out of those 4 different groups, one group looked exactly like we do, so much so that they could sit beside you in a restaurant or in an airplane or in a theater, and you'd never know. And that particular point bothered the military guys a lot. Many of our military people knew at that point that we were not simply dealing with visitations from people from other planets or star systems. They had concluded by '76 that some of these visitors very well might be multidimensional in their source. The evidence that we had collected and the evidence that they had repeatedly demonstrated to us, and that's no accident. It became very clear after a time that there was a program or a process of some kind underway, that they had demonstrated over and over and over again that they apparently were able to manipulate matter and time. Now this really shook up our scientists. The idea that there could be intelligences from somewhere else, from other dimensions coming and going into our reality. It's been quite a shakeup. The SHAPE study concluded in '64 that if they, whoever they were malevolent or hostile, that they could have taken this planet and cleaned it up and eliminated us, turned us into dog food or whatever, a long, long time ago. That the historical evidence indicates that they've been with us a long time, and I've concluded that we had what I like to call an intimate interrelationship with at least one of those groups, the group that looks exactly like we do. And that point is I don't like the word alien. I don't think the term alien is appropriate at all here. I like to refer to them as family. We're related to them. I think they had a hand in our being here. And I think the time has come where we're about to meet our extended family.
I wonder if that's true. Are we going to meet our extended family? Wanted to share that with you. Moving on.
Citizens of the world. In order to fully understand, or even to simply begin to attain a limited understanding of the events that are taking place in the world today, one must dig back to the days before the assassination of John Fitzgerald Kennedy, although that may not be far enough, especially when one begins to uncover the ties between the CIA and the Bush family. We are anonymous. And to understand that relationship, one must dig even further back to the cooperation between Prescott Bush and the Nazis, and yet one may find that even that is not enough. Eventually, through continual digging going back through the pages of history, we might end up with the genocide of the indigenous people of North and South America. the Catholic Church's doctrine of discovery, which facilitated their genocide of up to 500 million indigenous people in the Americas, and even then we would just be starting to understand the big picture. What we're dealing with is something that has been going on for over 2,000 years. The ideology, the ties and the beliefs go back that long, to the very foundations of all of the religions and through all of the ages in between. I have been trying to put all of this together, and all of my research and everything I have worked on for the last almost 20 years, but it is simply too much. I will attempt to communicate to you the evidence that I have gathered and the ways that I have put all of the pieces together, leading me to the conclusions that I have come to. I cannot cover each matter on this page in as much detail as it merits at the current time, but there is enough material already on our website to verify and support every single claim that is made. All you have to do is put the pieces together, as I have, and approach things without preconceived notions of intellectual superiority or what you have been taught is in fact reality. Recently a couple of the final pieces of the puzzle came together, revealing to me without a doubt that the chief puppet masters responsible for 9/11 and everything that has happened since then are in fact the Rothschilds, the Bush clan, those above them, including the Illuminati and what are called the black nobility. The Rothschilds have been easy to connect, which should have set off louder alarms than it did at first, and I connected from files I have received. The Bushes not only from files but from the testimony and from one phrase uttered by Kathy O'Brien in her Culture testimony, and that was that everyone was afraid of George H.W. Bush, who was controlling presidents behind the scenes. I have also come upon lists of Mossad agents and testimony that Mossad demolition teams were extremely involved in taking the World Trade Center down. Time is the avenger, and the more time goes by the more pieces of the puzzle appear and things grow clearer. However, this clarity is coming at a time when it seems too late to stop them, yet that may not be, but surely is what they want us to think. The following definition of New World Order states that it is the global totalitarianism dream that a banker called Myron Skull Rothschild helped revive in 1760s to protect his private bank from global government regulation. While this is valid, the Rothschilds did not work alone, and although they are blamed and have been taking all of the heat by truthers and some very astute researchers, the black nobility, their British Crown and the City of London, part of the Roman Empire, the 13 European royal bloodlines, and finally the Vatican and Rome, are also very involved and are in fact using the Rothschilds as a firewall, if you will. According to the author of one definition, the grand blueprint is best described by a social engineer named Dr. Adam Spartacus Weishaupt, professor of canon law at the University of Ingolstadt. Weishaupt adopted the term Illuminati. This nightmare is still sought after today, as Weishaupt two-lined below. The blueprint for the NWO is abolition of all ordered governments, abolition of private property, abolition of inheritance, abolition of patriotism, abolition of the family, abolition of religion, a global population of 500 million, creation of a one world government. Myron Skull Rothschild 1828. Allow me to issue and control the money of a nation, and I care not who writes the laws. Even a 4-year-old can understand that people with control of money write the laws. The following is from an excellent analysis of the New World Order by author Ken Adaki, which can be found at educateyourself.org. The term New World Order, NWO, has been used by numerous politicians through the ages, and is a generic term used to refer to a worldwide conspiracy being orchestrated by an extremely powerful and influential group of genetically related individuals, at least at the highest echelons, which include many of the world's wealthiest people, top political leaders, and corporate elite, as well as members of the so-called black nobility of Europe, including the British Crown, whose goal is to create a one-world, fascist, government, stripped of nationalistic and regional boundaries, that is obedient to their agenda. Their intention is to effect complete and total control over every human being on the planet and to dramatically reduce the world's population by 2/3. While the name New World Order is the term most frequently used today to loosely refer to anyone involved in this conspiracy, the study of exactly who makes up this group is a complex and intricate one. In 1992, Dr. John Coleman published Conspirators' Hierarchy, the story of the Committee of 300. With laudable scholarship and meticulous research, Dr. Coleman identifies the players and carefully details the New World Order agenda of worldwide domination and control. On page 161 of the Conspirators' Hierarchy, Dr. Coleman accurately summarizes the intent and purpose of the Committee of 300 as follows: a one-world government and one-unit monetary system, under permanent non-elected hereditary oligarchists who self-select from among their numbers in the form of a feudal system as it was in the Middle Ages. In this one-world entity, population will be limited by restrictions on the number of children per family, diseases, wars, famines, until 1 billion people who are useful to the ruling class, in areas which will be strictly and clearly defined, remain as the total world population. There will be no middle class, only rulers and the servants. All laws will be uniform under a legal system of world courts practicing the same unified code of laws, backed up by a one-world government, police force and a one-world unified military to enforce laws in all former countries where no national boundaries shall exist. The system will be on the basis of a welfare state. Those who are obedient and subservient to the one-world government will be rewarded with the means to live. Those who are rebellious will simply be starved to death or be declared outlaws, thus a target for anyone who wishes to kill them. Privately owned firearms or weapons of any kind will be prohibited. Why the conspiracy is unknown. Springmere's mind control theory, the sheer magnitude and complex web of deceit surrounding the individuals and organizations involved in this conspiracy is mind-boggling, even for the most astute among us. Most people react with disbelief and skepticism towards the topic, unaware that they have been conditioned, brainwashed, to react with skepticism by institutional and media influences. Author and deprogrammer Fritz Springmere, the top 13 Illuminati bloodlines, says that most people have built-in slides that short-circuit the mind's critical examination process when it comes to certain sensitive topics. Slides, Springmere report, is a CIA term for a conditioned type of response which dead-ends a person's thinking and terminates debate or examination of the topic at hand. For example, the mention of the word conspiracy often solicits a slight response with many people. Springmere has co-authored 3 books on trauma-based programming which detail how the Illuminati employs highly tuned and extremely sophisticated mind control, MC, training programs that begin the programming process while the intended victim is still within the womb. Mind control is a much greater problem than most people realize. According to Cisco Wheeler, a former Illuminati mind control programmer, there are 10 million people who have been programmed as mind-controlled slaves using trauma-based MC programs with names like Monarch and MK Ultra. The newer, non-trauma, electronic means of MC programming that grew out of the Montauk Project may include millions more. Al Bilek, who played a principal role in the development of the Montauk Project, said that there are like 10 million victims of Montauk-style mind control programming worldwide, the majority located in the USA. He also said that there are covered Montauk programming centers in every major city in the US. What most people believe to be public opinion is in reality carefully crafted and scripted propaganda designed to elicit a desired behavioral response from the public. Public opinion polls are really taken with the intent of gauging the public's acceptance of the New World Order's planned programs. A strong showing in the polls tells them that the programming is taking, while a poor showing tells the NWO manipulators that they have to recast or tweak the programming until the desired response is achieved. while the thrust and content of the propaganda is decided at Tavistock. Implementation of the propaganda is executed in the United States by well over 200 think tanks such as the RAND Corporation and the Brookings Institute, which are overseen and directed by the top NWO mind control organization in the United States, the Stanford Research Institute, SRI, in Menlo Park, California. The NWO global conspirators manifest their agenda through the skillful manipulation of human emotions, especially fear. In the past centuries, they have repeatedly utilized a contrivance that NWO researcher and author David Icke has characterized in his latest book, The Biggest Secret, as problem, reaction, and solution. The technique is as follows. NWO strategists create the problem by funding, assembling, and training an opposition group to stimulate turmoil in an established political power, sovereign country, region, continent, etc., that they wish to impinge upon and thus create opposing factions in a conflict that the NWO themselves maneuvered into existence. In recent decades, so-called opposition groups are usually identified in the media as freedom fighters or liberators. At the same time, the leader of the established political power where the conflict is being orchestrated is demonized and, on cue, referred to as another Hitler. Take your pick, Saddam Hussein, Milosevic, Gaddafi, etc. Their freedom fighters are not infrequently assembled from a local criminal element, that is KLA, drug traffickers. In the spirit of true Machiavellian deceit, the same NWO strategists are equally involved in covertly arming and advising the leader of the established power as well. The NWO always profits from any armed conflict by loaning money, arming, and supplying all parties involved in a war. Their conflict is drawn to the world stage by the controlled media outlets with a barrage of photos and videotape reports of horrific and bloody atrocities suffered by innocent civilians. The cry goes up, something has to be done. And that is the desired reaction. The NWO puppeteers then provide the solution by sending in UN peacekeepers, Bosnia, or a UN coalition force, Gulf War, or NATO bombers, and then ground troops, Kosovo, or the military to search for weapons of mass destruction, which of course are never found. Once installed, the peacekeepers never leave. The idea is to have NWO-controlled ground troops in all major countries or strategic areas where significant resistance to the New World Order takeover is likely to be encountered. Who is the NWO? The corporate portion of the NWO is dominated by international bankers, oil barons and pharmaceutical cartels, as well as other major multinational corporations. The royal family of England, namely Queen Elizabeth II and the House of Windsor, who are, in fact, descendants of the German arm of European royalty, the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha family, changed the name to Windsor in 1914, are high-level players in the oligarchy, which controls the upper strata of the NWO. The decision-making nerve centers of this effort are in London, especially the City of London, Basel, Switzerland, and Brussels, NATO headquarters. The United Nations, along with all the agencies working under the UN umbrella, such as the World Health Organization, WHO, are full-time players in this scheme. Similarly, NATO is a military tool of their NWO. The leaders of all major industrial countries like the United States, England, Germany, Italy, Australia, New Zealand, etc. Members of the G7/G8 are active and fully cooperative participants in this conspiracy. In this century, the degree of control exerted by the NWO has advanced to the point that only certain hand-picked individuals, who are groomed and selected, are even eligible to become the Prime Minister or President of countries like England, Germany, or the United States. It didn't matter whether Bill Clinton or Bob Dole won the presidency in 1996. The results would have been the same.
Alright, and that's where that one ends. I'll take you to our next short video.
we're going to go over real-life They Live glasses that allow you to see into other worlds. So I know most of you may know about this film from the 80s called They Live. It's pretty famous within conspiracy circles, but I've watched this a couple times throughout my life, and every time I see it with new eyes. The movie's honestly amazing. It starts out with your traditional 80s action movie, and you're basically following this guy who, through a seemingly random sequence of events, finds these glasses that have special properties. These glasses allowed him to see the world for what it really is. He could see past the realm of illusion and see the other truths and things. He could see messages seem to contribute to the sleepwalking state that modern humanity has been caught up in. These messages, such as obey and reproduce, subconsciously weigh people down to material reality. The weirdest part about the glasses, though, is that they allow him to see that many human beings look quite different when he wore them. They look like demons or some sort of reptilian-like entity, imitating or impersonating a human being. At first, the reptilian-like humans tell him to stop staring and, they think nothing of it. But then they start realizing that he can actually see them. So the cops begin to try and arrest him. The movie is a ride of an experience, and I highly recommend it to anyone who hasn't seen it. There's a sense of sincerity to the film, as if it's exposing some sort of hidden truth. On top of that, the directing is just very unique, and it's just a one-of-a-kind film. The director who wrote it says that it's a documentary, which is really interesting when you tie it together with the work of Dr. Kilner. Supposedly, these glasses are based on a true story. In the 1920s, a scientist named Walter Kilner experimented with a dark blue chemical dye called dicyanin, which he poured into a glass screen, and when he gazed through the screen, he found that he was able to see the aura of a person standing in front of him. He was able to see the person's aura because the specific color of the dye blocked out a large portion of the white light spectrum. This left only a small portion, which helped concentrate his perception of the aura. Now this gets interesting because supposedly in the 1940s they decided to make this dye illegal. Dicyanin is not a drug, it's not toxic, and it's made from coal tar. However, it's as if it's been erased from our knowledge because there's little information on the subject. The reason they wanted to hide it is because it allowed anyone to see into the astral. You didn't have to be sensitive or have to train in meditation. This knowledge needed to be suppressed in order to train and program future generations. Is there some sort of cover-up? Listen to this story about vets who were seeing demons with old military tech.
Yeah. So that means that they've had about 30 years to tweak this stuff wherever.
And I know that this stuff exists because my father's role in the military brought him very close to it many times. So my father did 3 tours in the Vietnam War. And in his second tour, he was advanced enough in rank, and he was there, I think, 11 or 12 months. And when he was in country at that point, he's always been a field officer and came up in the military through the Korean War and a battlefield commission. And so, the military likes guys like him, and they let him be in charge of a couple of different projects. One of the projects that he was in charge of at the time was this technology that they introduced into Vietnam that almost brought the war to a standstill. Wow. And this technology was a night vision goggle. But it's not night vision as we have it now, okay? Because the night vision goggle was done in the red spectrum. And so when my father came back from Vietnam...
You mean infrared or...
No. I'll explain.
Ordinary red.
Oh, ordinary red. Okay. So instead of seeing... When you look at a night vision goggles now, you see green. Everything is translated into green for you. And human eye sees green, more colors, shades of green than any other color. It's part of our evolution, our need to find food.
So that's clever then.
Correct. But see, here's the thing. It started off as red. And so the night vision goggles were introduced to helicopter pilots and gunnery people in Vietnam. And I won't hesitate as to I won't guess as to which year it was that they introduced them. But my father was part of this initial experiment with the troops that he commanded. And it was a disaster because the image was presented in red pixels, not green. And because of the technology being used at that time, it created very interesting effects that they could not deal with. So you had some officers that were part of this cadre or this cohort of other officers that were all testing these new technologies for the military that had their troops always use these goggles. And those units became self-destructive. They went down in a horrid situation. My father was extremely practical, didn't want to see himself get destroyed in any way, wanted to return and get out. So as soon as he saw what was going on with these goggles, he had his people take them off. And he actually got praise from the military for the way that he dealt with all of this. But the effect was this: a gunner in a helicopter would have no problem using these goggles, and only everything is showing up as a sort of a faint reddish image. And it was true night vision the way we have it now, and even a greater depth, because you could also flip it and get an extra layer that was sort of yellowish that would be heat signatures as well. And they don't have those combined anymore in these goggles. Anyway, the goggles that were presented to the gunners, and my father tells the story of the very first time they're out with them, and they're flying along, and he's in the front of the helicopter with the pilot, and all of a sudden, in a very peaceful area, not anything going on at all, the gunner in his on the starboard side of his helicopter starts firing wildly at their height, not at anything on the ground, but at an area that he was shooting at, and basically causing other helicopters in their little flotilla to have to react. And my father goes on back to the gunner, basically demanding, "What the hell, dude? What are you shooting at?" and the kid is just sweating profusely, and his eyes are just dilated beyond belief. And my dad thought he was dealing with another heroin addict, but this was before it had gotten really bad in Vietnam, and the kid was not exhibiting those kind of symptoms. He was reacting to what he had seen. And he's describing to my father that he was shooting at these basically flying demons that were flying alongside the helicopter. And he knew they were coming to get him because they were gesturing at him and they could see him. And so he reacted, and he started shooting his Bren gun, big 50 caliber slugs at these things, right? And they were flying along right next to the helicopter, so he's firing out directly from the helicopter, and there are other helicopters in the vicinity, so it caused all kinds of problems. And this goes on repeatedly, week after week after week. Every time they try and use these night vision goggles, at some point they encounter monsters, true monsters. Now, officers had been told not to wear these. Okay, the pilots were told not to wear them, but my dad put them on to see what the hell was going on, and to hear him describe it, it was like being in the worst kind of a demonic gothic hell. That you'd look out at the tops of trees and you'd see these creatures with big wings and claws and everything come flying off of the tops of the trees, but you take the goggles off and there's not even a disturbance in the fog above the canopy of the trees, right?
They're perceiving into an aspect of consciousness.
Correct.
Another dimension.
And it was tied to the red image. As soon as they went to green, all of this kind of stuff disappeared.
Of course. And we don't have time.
Yeah, I know.
Me studying Pythagoreanism and vibrations, we could speak a lot about this, but let's not even go there. But one question: are these connected to the modern night vision goggles people used to see UFOs,
Correct.
Third generation or whatever they're called? Is this the same technology?
It's the same technology. It's just that the translation is done through a different phase alignment, and we're not seeing everything that the goggles could show you.
And they don't connect it to heat signatures either, right? Organic.
They don't do that, and then they also don't do it with a red display. Now, the red aspect of it is interesting because the green display comes from electrons, not photons, okay? And it comes from electron transmission. Presumably, they were still doing electron transmission. They were just turning it into a red filter.
Modern science, unsurprisingly, scorns this type of research and preaches that it is pseudoscience. But there is no way to test this for oneself, as mysteriously, the dye in which this experiment uses is very difficult to get hold of.
In his book, Human Atmosphere, Walter explains how he came about finding the dye and explains in detail the different portions of the aura. In order to make this work, 2 screens were necessary, one containing a solution of spectoranine, an alcohol, and a second less dilute. Spectoranine was another term that Walter Kilner used for dicyanine. When looking at the body through the screens, first you see a dark band, not exceeding 1/4 of an inch, surrounding and adjacent to the body, without any alteration in size at any part. This he calls the etheric double. The second portion is the inner aura. It is the most densest portion and follows the contours of both female and male bodies. It arises just outside of the etheric double, but it does look as if it touches the body itself. The third portion, the outer aura, commences at the outer edge of the inner aura, and it varies in its size. When the whole aura is observed through the blue dicyanine screen, all the portions seem to be blended together, but the part nearest the body is the most dense. However, if a carmine screen is employed, which is a red dye that he experimented with in order to see more details of the aura, the different portions of the aura become distinguished. He compares many different auras and describes them in detail in his book, such as the difference between a healthy and a sickly aura. This practice should belong to the field of spectroscopy, but it seems as if the field has been covered up in a way so that it's not connected with the occult any longer. Today, analytical spectroscopy is defined by the range of electromagnetic waves interacting with the material, such as ultraviolet visible, infrared, X-ray, radio, or microwave frequencies. Using these methods, modern science can obtain information about atoms, molecules, or even stars in the sky. However, it seems all attempts to connect the occult with the subject have been suppressed, such as viewing auras with screens, looking into other worlds, and seeing beings that were not visible before. This goes back to Baron von Reichenbach in the 1800s. He was a German astronomical instrument maker who claimed to see auras around the poles of magnets and around human hands. He is the one who discovered paraffin and other coal tar products in the 1830s. Between 1835 and 1860, he also published a long series of scientific papers on meteorites. His many contributions earned him a well-deserved reputation as a brilliant scientist and industrialist. His colleagues, however, wanted nothing to do with his work on a mysterious force which he named Odd. Reichenbach documented the reports of sensitives seeing emanations from crystals and magnets in total darkness and detecting alternations of electric current. They could also perceive an aura surrounding the human body. This influenced the work of Kilner, but this technology is most likely not new and has been used in ancient times to communicate with other beings and to see into other realms. Magic mirrors, crystal balls, tinted glass windows in churches. These technologies existed in ages past, but they have now been lost in our modern time. And then we have stories such as with H.G. Wells' The Crystal Egg, where a shop owner comes to find a strange crystal egg that serves as a window into the planet Mars. H.G. Wells mixes this occult knowledge with the popular sci-fi culture at the time. But these ideas exist within our subconscious because they come from an ancient time when we were more connected with other realms of existence. There's actually a website online where you can buy them from Russia. They're called prana glasses, but it looks like they use the same method as Kilner. I don't know, there's some weird stuff on this site, but it seems that they might be for training your eyes to see the etheric realm. They say that you can take them off and still see the aura afterwards for a short period of time.
Pretty fascinating, huh? I've heard of those before, but it's been a while since I'd seen anything about them. Oh, keep on moving here, guys.
We're moving from dark to light. This is the Great Awakening. People of the world have woken up, and the light has shined on the darkness, and the darkness cannot hide from it. All the darkness can do is panic. All of the systems the darkness had in place to control us are going to crumble. The fear, the corruption, the greed, the wars and rumors of wars, the hate, the technology, media propaganda, the child trafficking, and the slave economy. All of these control systems will crumble down. The darkness will collapse in only a few countries at first, but other countries will soon follow. We will unite against the dark. How will it be walking into the light after thousands of years of darkness? It's game over for the darkness. Are you ready for the light? Welcome to the new Earth.
This is going to be the proof for you, okay, to give you the strength to have the courage to trust in the plan for the next 6 months, because you're going to see overwhelming proof across the entire Earth from the summer of 2017 till now. You're going to see this play itself out. So to make it clear again, CNN is now in control by POTUS, Donald J. Trump. And Boris Johnson and the British government is under control of POTUS and the NSA and, you know, the Q plan, the Q group. This is all being run by this group. Every single government on Earth, all of them, have capitulated over to Trump. And that's why Trump made from 2017 to early 2019.
He hit the ground running.
Yes, he did. And he took 6 months to clean the swamp in Washington. And then we're going to start here in a sec. And then he went to Saudi Arabia first because he needed to. There's a reason he went to Saudi Arabia first. And that was the summer of 2017. And that's where this whole story I'm going to tell you today begins. So you're listening and you're just going to walk away from this angry or whatever. But you need to understand, mea culpa. It rests with you. It rests with me. If it wasn't for us being so asleep, none of this would have been allowed to happen. We should have woken up to the milk cartons 30 years ago, 40 years ago, with all of these children going missing. If we live in the most advanced Western world in the history of the world, then what the heck are so many children going missing for, and why are so many kids on milk cartons?
Yeah, the excuse of us being asleep just doesn't cut it when you see what's been taking place right under our nose. It just doesn't cut it.
So I know some of you are going to be very angry with this. All I can say to you is that we are responsible. All of us are responsible for this, and this is and you just also need to see this as an opportunity. The next 6 months are an opportunity. It's an opportunity for all of you to become the kind of hero that you've always wanted to be in your eyes. Trust in you. Trust in the plan that there are good people fighting against the sickest, most evil people in the creation of evil. Come on. There are good people out there. You get up and be part of this.
They are our tribe.
Absolutely.
Let's support them. We're the digital warriors. Yeah.
And be strong. And be strong for your kids, like so many of you already are. And be that hero. This is your chance. These 6 months is for you to write a new story in your life, and you to become the strong person you've always wanted to be and the hero that you have always deserved to be. Be strong, not weak. Don't sit back and just go, oh, Trump's going to do everything. No. No more with Bojo playing this role. No more with Matt Hancock. Enough of this. It's your country. It's not theirs. Who are you afraid of? The police? Remember, they get paid by you. The army, they get paid by you. They took oaths to protect you, not their immediate superiors. So be strong. These 6 months are a gift, an opportunity for you. You may not be able to wrap your heads around that, and it is what it is, but it is an opportunity. This is a gift, and we need to take this gift.
And who imagined on January 1st of this year that 2020 would roll out the way it has? Nobody had any idea of what was coming, but here we are, almost halfway through it. So I think this is a pretty good point for you to take it away and just say what you wanted to say today.
Okay, so let's start first. Everything is about Donald Trump and the abbreviation that you get with Q called D-class or DECLAS. And DECLAS is code or an abbreviation for D-class, and D-class is short for declassify. So the main people behind all of this have been the NSA, because once the military was given access to all of this, cameras everywhere and spying technology everywhere,
access to your cell phones,
and access to everything about you. As soon as that information became available, a group of people within the military said, this is our chance. There is a moment in time and we must act upon this, because what they don't seem to get, and by that meaning the minions who are running things for whoever is hidden in the background, what these minions don't seem to get is that they're just as vulnerable as we are. And so what has been going on, my friends, since 9/11? So remember 9/11, how evil that is, and it was evil. You know, the cremation of care, 11, the twin pillars, that's the two temples of your brain, and 9 is God consciousness, and it was the killing of God on September 11th, 2001. That's the symbology of it, and they were laying out for us in plain sight what they were about to do and finish. And the coronavirus, through 5G towers, 5G wireless, that's right, this wireless signal was their coup de grace, was their kill shot. That was going to be the kill shot for us. And everything went wrong when Hillary didn't win that election. And what you all need to wrap your minds around is that they still to this day don't understand how they lost that election in 2016, November 2016 to Donald Trump. They don't know how, because it was rigged. It was rigged in their favor. The machines were rigged in all the key states. And that's why that Trump actually won in a landslide. If the machines, California, was key states, were all rigged for Clinton. That's why as the night went on, she started to catch up a little bit. No, it was a runaway for Trump across the entire land. But they had it rigged for a massive Hillary victory. And if that had happened, we'd already be in these FEMA camps. We'd already be locked in our homes. Those of us that didn't comply to that would be in FEMA camps or in body bags. So this was it. This is the plan. So it all starts with the symbol declassify. This comes from the NSA. They have been spying on them, and they have it all. Nothing can stop this plan. Nothing can stop what's coming, because they have everything. And Julian Assange has been a big player in doing that. And eventually, when the truth comes out about Julian Assange, you'll go, oh, I should have noticed that. Yeah, I did. Oh, yeah, I should have picked up on that, but I didn't. So you'll see. I don't want to give too much away. But Assange, number one is declassified.
Was Assange really under arrest, or was that some kind of ruse?
All part of a ruse for the mainstream media to buy into it and to brand him a certain way and stuff. So yeah, he's played a very dangerous role. None of this has been safe and easy for Julian Assange. It hasn't. He's been at risk. He's put himself at risk. But then that whole family has. That whole family has. And there's much more to this family that we're talking about that is yet to come. You don't know all of it yet. You don't know who's coming out next, because there's going to be another person in this family that's going to be able to shine in the coming months, because this is all about technology at the end of the day. So we'll get to that later. Now, number one, so all of this plan, they took all of this information. Trump, by the way, folks, didn't do anything, although Attorney General Barr was placed well in advance to be kind of like a fly on the wall for the CIA. They realized a long time ago from the Kennedys that the CIA was too far gone and too dangerous to try and take down, and too many tentacles out there. So they haven't even tried to take down the CIA. They have just cut them off. The CIA is what it always has been. It's just in plain sight now. They are a rogue agency. They always have been a rogue agency. They exist for the 13 families. That's all they exist for. That's all they answer to. So, but AG Barr was put there as in a special position as a fly on the wall, and he's gleaned a lot of information that has been valuable in helping them understand the CIA's role in all of this and what they were likely to do when this all came down. Okay, so remember that. So D-class is everything because the NSA has everything. Okay, so Trump is armed with everything by June of 2017. So this is only 6 months in office and little underneath that. And Trump has, for the most part, cleaned most of the swamp, restructured the DOJ and the FBI, which is most important, and some other key offices closer to home, closer to the president, were all cleaned up, and the proper people that they had waiting in the wings were put there. Okay, so in the summer of 2017, it began. Where did Trump go first? He went to Saudi Arabia, and there he went and paid a visit to the Crown Prince. Now, let me just go back, and I apologize to everyone because I just have had so many names in my head here. But Al-Walid it was the Crown Prince at that time. Now, he got right into the whole adrenochrome thing and the harvesting of children, and Saudi Arabia began to put in massive tunnel networks underneath the ground. This is all because this Al-Walid got sucked in by the cabal, the 13 families, as a huge player, one of the three main arms of their weaponry. So he was exalted with enormous power amongst the minions. Al-Walid became one of the key minions by going really evil. And there are a lot of Saudis that didn't like this. They knew what was going on and they didn't like it. You can say whatever you want about some of their other beliefs and stuff, but there's a lot of people that draw lines with children. And so that's what he did, and this is why he needed to be taken down. And there are articles everywhere. You do your own research. The CBS News even did an article, and we're talking about weeks after Trump came and on his visit in July of 2017 to Saudi Arabia. After Trump left, that's when the arrests happened, and Al-Walid was arrested, taken down, and in his place was bin Salman. And bin Salman is somebody who was not okay with what Al-Walid was doing. Now, a bit of a backstory quickly here, because we got so much to go through. But Al-Walid is the one that sort of handpicked Barack Obama as somebody that they could work with and exalt into power. And he's the guy that funded. And that's why Obama has this real kind of Muslim background, and sort of the whole Middle Eastern kind of thing with his name and all of it, is because it was this Crown Prince Al-Walid of Saudi Arabia that decided to make Obama the one that they were going to turn into this linchpin of U.S. presidents. And so he funded Obama. And so Obama, if you're not aware of this, as a kid, Obama was passed around as a sex toy at some of these bigger gatherings of powerful men, and so he was sodomized. And so it explains a lot about Barack Obama, but it doesn't excuse him for anything. But just suffice to know that he had a rough upbringing, for sure. And so he was ripe for the picking, and they chose him. And so Al-Walid funded him. And this is the same Saudi Crown Prince that got Saudi Arabia heavily invested into adrenochrome and child trafficking and the setup and the murder of all of these children for adrenochrome. So when Trump arrived in the summer of 2017, he laid out all of the documents. That's what they did to everyone. They had folders, and the folders had all the documents. There were photographs They came with discs, CDs, and DVDs, and the CDs and DVDs had fantastic production value, and it had all of their footage doing the most horrific things. The NSA has it all on all of these people. And I think probably the big things that scared them the most were these DVD compilations of their greatest hits of evil. And so Trump was there the first day, handed all of this stuff out. Now, this is absolutely the truth. What happened the second day? The second day, the Crown Prince and the King both submitted publicly control over Saudi Arabia to Donald J. Trump. And how do you know this? Because they publicly held the sword dance ritual, which is a very, very big deal to the Muslim culture. And only the king holds the sword. And during this festival, of which, we've got the images here, who's holding the sword, who's at the center, who's at the very center at the top of the podium, and who everyone else is around in support of. Donald Trump is holding the sword. He is at the center of the stage. This is Saudi Arabia publicly capitulating. And in one of the photos that we have, it shows the Saudi king, and he looks like he's about to die. He's in so much pain at what's going on here. And that's it. Because it was very fresh for them. They just handed over the keys to Saudi Arabia to Donald J. Trump. And that happened in the summer of 2017. That's step number one. After the declassify of this documentation via the NSA, this was step number one. Saudi was the big player that they needed to get on side. So what is important to note is that where Trump went next, he went with Saudi as part of his team. So you need to understand, it's not just that he didn't go there and take them down and that they're never going to do it. No, they're now working for him. They're earning credits towards their own salvation and their own not being as harshly punished as they could have been, and all the rest of this. We'll see how that all plays out. But they're part of this team. They're part of the Q plan now. You need to wrap your heads around this. And the new Crown Prince that replaced Al-Walid was bin Salman, and bin Salman really stepped up and became a key player and did a lot of things to help Donald Trump, and we're going to get to that. So that was step number one. Step number two, and then the days that followed, Trump left Saudi Arabia and went immediately to Israel. Okay, do you remember how angry most of you got when you saw those pictures of Donald Trump at the Wailing Wall in Israel, and confirming all of our worst fears that he was a Zionist tool?
After the video that I put out yesterday, a few people commented in YouTube that how can you be so naive? Trump is a Zionist tool.
Yep.
He's in there with the Zionist regime of Israel and all this. That seems to be one of the main bugbears that people have with Trump, and it seems to prevent them from giving him any further credence because they just write him up as a Zionist puppet.
Right. And, folks, let me burst your bubbles here a little bit. This whole thing with Israel being the linchpin and being the real kings behind this, and that these Zionists, none of it's even real. You're just going to see it's all fakery. It's all subterfuge. There is no such thing. And sorry, this is going to probably offend some people, but there is no such thing as a genetic Jew. There are lots of Hungarians and Poles and Czechs and Germans and Jews are just like us. They come from all over the place, but there's no genetic race called the Jew. Israel is Colleen calls it the ultimate Trojan horse. It is subterfuge. It is designed to take you down a rabbit hole, and there's no getting out of this rabbit hole because none of this really exists. Okay, so
Just like they're playing the black card right now?
yes,
They like to play the Jew card.
they play the Jew card. So they invented all of this with Jews and then the bad Jews, Zions, and I just feel terrible for all these people that have been dragged into this, that are innocent and beautiful people that truly see themselves as Jews and that they're oppressed and they're hated by everyone. And now they're just being used by the Phoenicians. He's not a puppet for the Zionists. There are no Zionists. Remember, folks, there's just the Phoenicians. There's just those 13 families, and they're very smart and they're very good. And they created this ultimate Trojan horse subterfuge of the Jew being a literal creation, just like, you're going to hate this, but Jesus Christ being an actual, Swiss-looking white dude in the Holy Land 2,000 years ago. That didn't happen. They're just lies everywhere. So Trump went to Israel and he sat down with everybody in front of the camera and behind the cameras, the people that are really in power, and he laid it all out on these minions. I'm talking to you, he said, not who you tried to present yourself to be to everybody else, but I'm talking to you, minion, Netanyahu, and everybody else who is a child eater. This is for you, and you have a choice to make here. And Trump they were balking at him, even though he showed that the Saudis had signed over, and the Israelis were balking at Trump and were not prepared to sign over. And that's why Trump stayed an extra day, and they finally capitulated. And Trump was not going to leave Israel without them capitulating to him. And the sort of the how do you know moment is after visiting the Wailing Wall, Israel publicly submitted allowing the United States to move their embassy to Jerusalem, 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 LEM. To move the embassy to Jerusalem with our military, with the Americans' military protection. So this is symbolic. It is a symbolic act to show who has the power, even in the Holy Land, with the Jews and with these Zionists who are in charge of the sacred truth about the Jewish heritage and tradition. That's why it was done. It was only done for one reason, just to be a symbolic act to show those who had eyes to see it that Trump had now taken down Israel. They submitted. Step number 2 of the journey completed. Saudi Arabia, Israel on board. So where would he go next? Who are the 3 big players? Saudi, Israel, and then the Vatican. So days later, he shows up at the Vatican and he presents to Pope Francis a massive, apparently the folder was absolutely huge, and handed it over to them and said, take your time, have a look-see, and put your red shoes on. They were apparently Trump kept making little digs at Pope Francis about his red shoes. Yeah, you might want to put your red shoes on when you look at all of this stuff, and you might want to wear your red shoes when you come back and give me your answer. So that's what Trump is saying. I'm not leaving here until you sign some documents for me. And we're going to get to why that was in a sec. But it took the Vatican that night, and the next day they capitulated to Donald Trump. And there is a very famous photo in that summer of 2017 with Trump at Vatican City, right next to Pope Francis. Pope Francis looks like he's been run over by about 60 semi-trucks. Donald Trump has a look on his face that is a mixture of victory, joy, and mischievousness. Like he knows he's committed a big act here. So Trump has a massive grin on his face, and Pope Francis looks like he's had both of his eyes punched in by about 60 thugs. He looks so horrific. and they symbolically signed off. Now, what did the Vatican have to do to sign off? You see, the Fed is controlled by a certain group within the Catholic Church. Who went forth and spread the teachings of Christianity? The Jesuits, because they're holy men. No. The Jesuits are the real mafia, my friends. Every little group of mafia in every single town around or across this vast earth, every little mafia pays homage to this particular group in the Catholic Church. They are in charge. They are the true mafia, and they were in control of the Fed. So Trump did not leave until Pope Francis issued a papal bull announcing that by a certain date, the Vatican Bank, which was in charge of all, was the head executor, the exchequer of all of the earth-wide Federal Reserve banking systems in each country, would be handed over to one Donald J. Trump. Donald J. Trump is not, Mark, just the executor, the exchequer of the U.S. Treasury and therefore the Fed within the United States. He is the exchequer for Earth. He is the exchequer for the treasuries for every single country on Earth. That's what I told you earlier. No human being in history has ever been more powerful, owned more things, or richer than Donald Trump.
Charlie, let me ask you where this leaves the Rothschilds, because this is what we hear about the Rothschild family. They are said to be in control of the central banks in every country around the world. So where are they left in all this?
Brilliant question, because at this meeting, that just cut the legs off at the knees of the Rothschilds in London. So London was the financial arm of all of this. Washington was the military arm. Rome was the central brain, the core. They call it the spirit, but it's not. It's sort of the central brain of this unholy trinity of power. And what they did by doing this is that, so Trump's thinking is like the CIA, the Rothschilds, and the financial district of the city of London is too evil. It's too far gone. Don't even want to work with them. And he's not. He circumvented them. Like the crucifixion in the human physiology, you can't get through Atlas, the 33rd vertebrae, so you have to go up and around. Trump went up and around the Rothschilds, who are really a nasty, evil piece of work. So the city of London in the summer of 2017 had and I'm talking about the real city of London owned by ultimately the Phoenicians, but ruled by the Rothschilds. They had their legs cut off at the knees, and they have not been a real player ever since. Ever since, Mark, they have not been a real player. All of their power was cut off, and they have been forced to do some really humbling things over the last 18 months, in particular by POTUS. So you want to know about the Rothschilds? They're just still looking for their legs from the knees down. So that was step number 3, and so now you see the 3 main arms, or the 3 main geometrical pillars of the pyramid, this evil, unholy pyramid, have now all been controlled. Saudi Arabia, Israel, and the Vatican and that's where his first 3 stops. Now, when Trump left Rome, he flew directly to Brussels, and you all know the 2 big players that are in Brussels. You have this European Parliamentary for the EU, and then you also have NATO that just happens to be in Brussels as well. And Trump called the meeting. They were all there, all of the political heads, along with their finance ministers. And then all of the behind the scenes individual players were all there for this. And Trump apparently very famously he called everyone together for this meeting, and then he purposely came late, and he made them just sweat it out. He made these pieces of dung in Brussels sweat it out because they didn't know quite what to think and what was coming. So Trump makes them wait. He walks in late. He throws this big folder on the table, and he said, "We have it all. We have it all. What's your answer?" That's what he did. And he played just incredible hardball with the EU and NATO. And in short order, those little rats, those little cowards, they all capitulated in very, very short order. And there was a whole bunch of things that occurred in the following days from there, including the EU backing down on Brexit. And NATO having to, step up and basically pay for the bulk, and all of these different nations instead of the United States having to fund all of them. It's not like that's a big deal in terms of saving money or anything. No, it's symbolic. It's symbolic. You're going to pay for NATO from now on. We're not, because I'm in charge. I'm the boss, says Donald Trump, and you do what I tell you to do. So when the photo op came for this famous meeting in Brussels, Trump again came late. And so all the film crews are there, and all the cameramen are there, and all these heads of both the EU and NATO are there, and they're all under bright lights, and they've got their fancy suits on, and they're all sweating like crazy, and Trump is making them all wait, and he walks in late, and he does not acknowledge any of them, and he's kind of whistling when he comes in and stuff like this, and then he just shows to everyone who was there that he was in charge of the meeting. He disseminated the information to the press. He said what was going down. He showed them. He came in late, and then he left, and he owns the EU and NATO. And that's it, folks. That's why they've done everything they've done ever since. Now, in October of 2017, there was an attempt on the life of the new Saudi crown prince, this bin Salman, who replaced Al-Walid, and was helping Trump. We're going to get to how much he was helping Trump in just a sec here. And that this little operation that was set for him in Las Vegas was taken down at the last second, and he was protected. And and from then those Al-Walid so there's conflicting reports whether he's still in custody or he's been exterminated now for this little indiscretion from behind the scenes. But yeah, so they had a plan to do that. Now, what happened at this Las Vegas battle was when bin Salman was saved by the U.S. military through the intel received by the NSA, and then given to bin Salman by Trump. He was asked to take on an even bigger role, and he agreed to do it. He basically was saying to Trump, anything, my brother, anything, my brother. So what happened next? The next thing is that staying in the United States is that on Trump's behalf, bin Salman went to all of the major corporations, and in particular, the media companies, so Google, Apple, Twitter, Facebook, Microsoft, all of these main companies were all targeted by bin Salman. And on Trump's behalf, he visited all of them. And of course, this is all verifiable. I've got all of the documentation, all of the imagery showing all of these meetings taking place in late October, early November of 2017. And this is bin Salman essentially helping Trump to do all of this work for him. And he went and he visited all of these puppet heads for all of these puppet companies, and he basically read them the riot act and showed them the documentation that the NSA had on all of them, and basically said, you play for Team Trump, and Trump is now in control of these corporations, or declass. All of this information will be declassified one by one, and each one of you will be offered up to the masses as a child murderer. So they all capitulated, and there's the money shots of all of these various heads of all of these various companies, including Jack Dorsey for Twitter. So all this stuff that's been going on lately with the censorship of Trump by Twitter, it's all part of the game that needs to be played out for people to get angry and to wake up to what the heck is the evil that's going on, and to say something about it and to do something about it and begin to change their lives. So that's real. All of that is real. And bin Salman helped Trump do this, and he went to all of those CEO heads of all of those major media companies and social media companies. From there, then, as everyone knows, in middle and late November of 2017, Trump took his Asian tour. And again, it's the same thing. He went to Japan first and did the same thing. The Japanese capitulated without much fight at all. And the symbolic gesture was that at this sumo wrestling championship event that was taking place, they had Trump come on stage. And Trump was the one. This is supposed to be left for only, the highest figure of the land to present this trophy to the champion sumo wrestler. And Trump did it. Trump had this enormous trophy in the center of this ring. And it is the symbolization of Japanese submission to Trump, the NSA, and the Q plan, and capitulating control over to Trump. From there, now a lot of this has come out, and a lot of the QAnons did great work in figuring this out. But all of this stuff with North Korea started when Trump left Japan and flew directly to South Korea. And this first meeting was ostensibly to see if they could talk peace with North Korea. But no, what it was is to get all of these Asian governments to capitulate their control over to Trump via the documents that they had. Because remember, one of the biggest arms of procuring children for adrenochrome has always been Asia and Southeast Asia. And the Southeast Asian countries have been in cahoots with Hollywood and Washington, D.C. politicians. So a lot of these people who need children have weighed heavily and have leaned heavily upon these Southeast Asian governments to procure for them children. They demand it from them, and they've done it for years. So Trump showed up showing all of the documentation that they had, showing that they were all complicit and that these were all capital punishment criminal acts. So they all capitulated. And in secret, with that first meeting that Trump had to South Korea, in secret, Trump went to the North Korean border and he met with Kim and began the process of peace talks with the North Koreans. And then Trump, in subterfuge, in complete silence, completed those things on his own. And then, of course, as a huge surprise to the mainstream media, announced his treaty with Kim and the North Koreans. So all of this was done because all Trump had to do was to show him the power that he had. And that was now all of these countries. Remember, folks, again, all of these countries are not just stepping down from doing evil. They are also being forced into helping the Q plan. So all of these countries are now part of this process to help. Okay? So a lot of people were, now the next stop was China, and this was huge. And Mark, I know that you have been very, very pleasantly surprised to see what the Chinese Free Peoples have announced publicly through Steve Bannon.
That's right. Another story the mainstream media just forgot to tell us about.
completely forgot to mention that China has kicked out the communist devil-worshipping Satanists, and
it's not that big of a deal. It's just a small story for the end of the news.
Yeah, and it's not like there's a lot of people in China or anything, right? I mean, maybe 1 million, I think. I don't know. I don't think there's that many. It's a huge deal, folks, and they ignored all of it. Now, and this is huge stuff. So first, everybody knows, but the press didn't make a big deal of it. But in the spring, not long after Trump had become president, the President Xi of China visited Trump at Mar-a-Lago in Florida. Trump's big resort house in Florida. And he visited with Trump. Trump hasn't been president for that long. And people were just absolutely shocked. And they were also shocked because, the mainstream didn't do much of a job in reporting on this or anything. But he did. He came all the way from China and met Trump at Trump's leisure at Mar-a-Lago. That's a huge deal. So after Trump cleans all the house in Southeast Asia, he then goes to China. And where do he and Xi meet in China? In the Forbidden City. This is huge. It's called the Forbidden City for a reason, because it is a very private, spiritual, secretive place to Chinese heritage, Chinese culture. And that's where they met. And of course, that was at Trump's request, because that was this is there. So every one of these things, there's always a marker. There's always a marker showing how each of these nations has capitulated powerfully to Trump as their overlord. And this is meeting with Trump in the Forbidden City is this. This is probably the biggest one. You can't imagine, folks, how big of a deal this was. And of course, the mainstream media, just kind of silent about all of that. And at that meeting, what the apparently the Americans were very, very surprised to find out is how desperately all of these Chinese officials wanted these evil communists within their midst to be kicked out. They wanted this. They wanted to get away from all of this evil because remember that some of the worst possible things have taken place in China, and it has horrified people who have had a conscience. Not everyone is an evil person. People do have a conscience, and it affected a lot of the Chinese, and they were horrified by the things that they were being asked to do in China, and they wanted this. And so they met Trump with open arms, and they capitulated to Trump's authority willingly because they wanted this end to the cabal rule over them through the subterfuge of a communist state.
What's the deal with you being able to put out information like this? Because I know it's felt that the general public is not ready to handle this explosive information yet, and yet you're able to reveal all this stuff on the podcast today. Is this because at most we're looking at, maybe tens of thousands of people that will actually hear this? It's going to be very limited. It's very far from the mainstream general populace getting to hear about this. It's just a few people that have an interest in these subjects that are able to get a heads up ahead of the news breaking officially. Is that what the thinking is here?
Exactly. Charlie Freak is a bit of a nutter, isn't he? He's pretty extreme. He was the first one to say that no, everything is a lie, and I mean everything is a lie. That was Charlie Freak. And then going into the religious aspect of things, Jesus is this figure of this Swiss-looking white dude by the name of Jesus Christ is not real. Charlie Freak is a bit of a nut job. He's got some good stuff, granted, and he and Colleen are good people for what they do, working so hard with all of the animals, but he's a bit of a nut job. So there's a reason why we have, 4,000 subscribers and not 40,000 or 400,000 subscribers when all we teach is the holistic truth. So we're kind of insulated by telling the truth. And we don't sugarcoat it either, right?
This is like the reverse of the predictive programming that the cabal do. Because they put out their little clues in films and stuff, and only a few are ever going to decipher those clues and understand what they're pointing towards. And this is like the reversal of that. So it's truth for just the few, the very minimal few that are able to understand this information and take it on.
And it kind of gives Colleen and I a lot of chuckles as well. And as you know, we've never been concerned about our numbers as our numbers were never going to be. We're watched very, very closely on YouTube. So yeah, it's we're very safe to have this knowledge to come, because we're good people. We're good people. We're good folks, and we care so much, but we're a couple of nutters. And the thing is, remember what I said at the beginning of the show, every day moving forward, Mark Devlin and Collywog and Charlie Freak become more and more valuable and more important, because we surrounded ourselves by the truth and we've been sharing the truth. So no matter what happens moving forward, our services are going to vastly and desperately be needed. And some of these others, not so much. So you find yourself in a situation where there are a lot of people who are rooting for the bad guys here. And that's all I'm going to say. You guys do your own research, come to your own conclusions. It'll all come out in the end, I promise you. But there's a lot going on here, my friends, and it's pretty ugly. That's all I'm going to say about that. So after China, Trump went to Vietnam, and you got it. And at this very public ceremony, Trump was placed slightly ahead and to the right of the Vietnam president, and showed himself to be in charge. And Vietnamese. So what the Vietnamese promised was to stop their participation in procuring children
for the human trafficking.
Yep. So he didn't leave until they capitulated quickly. Most of these did not put up a fight, folks. Israel put up the biggest fight. Now, this is a big one for me. And boy, you talk about going into the lion's den. The big one after Vietnam and the end of the Asian tour for Trump is in January, I believe it was, very early in 2018. Trump attended a very, very famous meeting because of everyone who was purported to be there at Davos, Switzerland. Do you guys remember this? This is January of 2018. This was quite a big deal. Soros was there as well. He was present at this as well. And at this meeting, you're talking about the biggest international corporations in the world. This is it. These are the key players, and these are the biggest, most evil corporations that are at this meeting at Davos, Switzerland. It was called by Trump. That's not what they said publicly, of course, but it was called by Trump. Trump came in late again. He sat at the very middle of the table, and basically everyone was kind of wrapped around Trump because he was the boss of this meeting. And Trump laid out documents and folders. He started with envelopes, very similar to what occurred at the George Bush funeral when he first arrived. And you had a lot of very, very worried people for the meeting the next day because of what was said in these envelopes the day before. And then the next day at this meeting, he provided a whole bunch more information about each one of these evil fucks. And the meeting very, very quickly. Now, this is kind of a scary place. It would be for me anyways, to go to Davos, Switzerland, and all of the caves and tunnels underneath those mountains. And they could have abducted him and said that this was some kind of kidnapping, and they don't know where he is, but they're going to use all of their resources to try to. This is scary, big stuff. You talk about
I'm sure
cojones.
he didn't go here alone.
No, I'm sure he didn't either. But still, you talk about cojones. Yeah. I think this was Trump at his most vulnerable was this January 2018 meeting in the Lion's Den at Davos, Switzerland, and Soros was there
for that trip.
Yes,
right.
Yeah, and scared little rodents, they capitulated quite quickly. I think Trump played it really well with those envelopes the first night, and then made them sweat it overnight, and then the folders the next day, and they capitulated, and Trump did not leave without them. And remember again, folks, this is not just saying to Nestle that you're not going to poison the water anymore.
Or steal the water anymore.
Yeah, well, yeah. But you're also working for us, and what we ask you to do, you do. And if you don't do, we go public one by one. We don't make this look like a big conspiracy and we're nuts. You're a lone nut. You're a kook. You're a sick child abuser, and we're going to pick on you individually. That's what Trump said to each of them. We're not going to make this a conspiracy that'll help you. We're going to single you out and eat you alive. So they all capitulated at this meeting, and this is a huge one because these are the biggest companies. HSBC was there. This is evil. This is the faces of evil were at this meeting, and George Soros was at this meeting. Mm-hmm.
There has been a notable absence of ISIS terror attacks in recent years. I know there was a huge spate of them. I'm trying to remember the years. Maybe it was around 2016, 2017. But then I don't think we've heard from ISIS for a good couple of years or more. I wonder if that's a coincidence.
John McCain. Now let's do the John McCain math here. When was John McCain alive? When was John McCain spending a lot of time in the Middle East? And then when did John McCain get taken out and have a dishonorable discharge and a dishonorable funeral where the flag on his coffin was askewed, pointing out that he was dishonorably discharged from the military before he was shot in the back of the head. So yeah, let's do the John McCain mathematics here, okay? And then you add that up, and I think you can come to an answer. You can figure out when ISIS just seemed to go away. John McCain had to nurse those idiots into doing the things that they did. ISIS was his charge, and that's why you have so many shots of McCain over in the Middle East, hanging out with all four of the main ISIS evil heads. You're never going to find all of them. And no, he just happened to be having lunch with all four of them. Yeah, they're just his little buddies. So
I think they've all got coronavirus now, which is why we don't hear from them.
That's exactly right. So, these people, sickening. So then Trump went to India, and the Modi, who was the Indian leader, very publicly. And by the way, this is really a good one because I'm not sure necessarily why it worked this way. Maybe it was Trump's idea. I don't know. But from Modi, the Indian leader, onwards, you see all of these international presidents and prime ministers all coming to these public meetings now with their arms wrapped about and their hands all wrapped about, like they're symbolizing that their hands are in cuffs.
That their hands are tied.
Their hands are literally tied. So the first one to do this was Modi. And at this, and it was such a weird thing. People were kind of looking at him and going, "This is kind of odd. Like, why does he keep doing this?" And he was trying to draw attention to the fact that he was clasping his wrists because he had cuffs on them. So don't blame me. Don't get angry at me. I'm sorry, my hands are tied, is what he was saying. So he took India and made India work for him. The Central Americas, starting with Mexico, AMLO, the corrupt, oh no, he's a good guy. No, he's a kindly old man. And AMLO, he cares about the Mexican people. He's going to change. He's a evil But anyways, he was quite resistant, and Trump actually made comments to that about how inhospitable Mexico was to him, and people were just like thinking, well, yeah, because you were all doing all that wall stuff and stuff. No. It was about...
Or you're racist and you don't like Mexicans.
That's right. No. It was
Trump's
about
not racist.
AMLO didn't want to give up eating children and give up his power to Trump, kind of liked his little gig. But they did. He went to, from Mexico City, he went to all of the Central American countries, and they all signed over. And then in all of these meetings, all of these various leaders, AMLO included, all were doing these clapping their hands together and their wrists together like they were being bound and forced into doing this. And I won't even get into it, but there's kind of a reason with these Spanish types. But anyways, we move forward. We get to Brazil, and the new Brazilian president, I guess he's a president in Brazil. He thinks he's got the best job in the world because he's far away from all the bright lights of the mainstream news, and he can just rape and go to the bank in Brazil. No, Trump pays him a visit and tells him he's working for Trump or else. And so they have this very public meeting where once again, Bolsonaro, he clamped his hands together and his wrists together, showing that he was forced into doing this, and he submitted over to Trump as well. And then after Trump leaves, guess what? One of the first acts that Bolsonaro did as the president, this is very key everywhere, by the way, folks, is all of these then key arrests after Trump left these countries of key pedophilia cover companies and individuals. And so Oprah's best friend in the world, that beautiful spiritual man, John of God, who is running one of the largest child trafficking and adrenochrome production facilities in the world, just an absolute monster, Oprah's best pal. He was arrested shortly after Trump left by Bolsonaro, the president of Brazil. And they took dear, sweet man of God, literal Christian, Jesus, who maybe looked more Latin than Swiss. But anyways, and he was arrested, and the rest is history there. So then he went to Argentina, and Argentina has long been kind of a safe haven because it's as far as people can get away. Obama, the Obamas, Mike and his little bitch Barack, they used to go there quite a bit because they were planning their safe escape, their retreat. If certain things should come out. They spent a lot of time in Argentina as well, as did a lot of people. It was kind of like their hideaway place. Trump went there, and this Argentinian president, who is such a corrupt person, is just brutal. Trump was so disrespectful to this guy.
Well, they had the G7 in Argentina. Right?
Yeah, that's right. They had I think that's right. So therefore that meant they had to have the global banksters there as well and stuff. So there's actually quite a lot of people that were there as well. And but Trump's behavior to this Argentine president was just brutal. Just treating him like the scum of the earth that he is. And of course he capitulated. And
the mainstream press always presents this as Trump just not observing protocol, and he's just this oaf,
exactly,
and he's uncouth and all this.
Yeah.
Just a buffoon.
That's right. Well, the big thing with this Argentinian president is that Trump just up and walked off the stage after, I guess Trump had spent, I guess he felt long enough. I was at 5 or 10 minutes for a couple of questions and some photo op, and he just up and left and didn't say a word to anyone, including that Argentine president. And again, it's a power move, and basically just saying, you're scum of the earth. We know who you are. You're scum of the earth. Just obey what we tell you or else. And that's what he did. And then at the G7 summit in Canada, He very fortunately, of course, had horrific pedophile and adrenochromer Justin Trudeau, of course, was hosting the meeting. He was there, but Angela Merkel was there as well, and she was one of the big ones that he wanted to be there as well, because she didn't play a major role back in Brussels. So at this meeting, he got everyone there, but in particular, it was the capitulation of Justin Trudeau of Canada, Angela Merkel of Germany. And both of them did the same thing. In fact, Justin Trudeau spent most of the G7 with his hands clasped together like he was in handcuffs. So, and Trump did a lot of very, very suggestive gestures towards Justin Trudeau as well, kind of pointing out some stuff. One of the ones that Trump is kind of cute, treated the absolute worst with the most disrespect. He just treated him like a little child. Was Macron, the French president, and of course he is just so known for being just an absolute Rothschild stooge and a horrible adrenochromer. And the stuff that Trump did with this clown in public, in front of the press and the media, to make him look bad was actually incredible. So he got Macron to capitulate as well. Now, Theresa May in your country resigned to allow Bojo to take over as a Trump supporter. And she exited. And do you remember Theresa May? Mark? She was crying and crying and crying, and she couldn't control herself. Do you remember any of that?
I remember.
Okay, well, the real reason that she was actually crying is not just all the stuff that they had on her and that he showed, but that Trump actually showed the intel from the NSA that the Phoenicians were planning on taking her out. She was actually set for an assassination, and Trump apparently showed her all the intel, all the detailing on where and when she was going to be hit and how. And I guess it just...
So he basically saved her life.
He did save her life.
What would have been the objective of taking her out then?
To get Boris Johnson in, somebody who was going to be strong. And you think about that, Boris Johnson...
Or did they have a plan to put somebody else in?
Yeah, for many, that's right. They must have had somebody else that they wanted in. And so Boris Johnson is a strong character. Now, he does appear to be strongly evil, but again, if he's playing this role, then he is a very strong character.
He must be a damn good actor, because he's got me fooled.
I think we should have some awards after all this.
It took me a while to come around to the idea of Trump, but yeah, I can see that, but I don't see it with Boris.
Yeah, and I would agree. I would agree too. It was he sure had me fooled as well. Yeah, I really thought that he was just another one of these. But I guess the real trigger was that speech at the UN. Half the speech was sort of good old Boris and, vaccinations. But the first half of that speech at the UN that he did, that was beginning of April, end of March, that speech that he did at the UN in New York. When at the UN, there was almost no one in attendance because they had all fled, because they're all...
Looked like he was by himself.
They're all child traffickers. They had all fled into hiding. But that first half of that speech is Boris Johnson kind of telling you that there's a control mechanism in place and that an evil cabal is ruling things. But you know what? Get your shots. He finished his speech with, that the COVID is real and that these vaccinations are very good for you and important. So
yeah, well, that's why people have a hard time accepting that he's on the side of the people with all the stuff that he's put out there.
Yes, and I don't think anyone should after hearing this, I don't think anyone should turn and make Boris Johnson a good friend of theirs or anything like that. No, remove this fake, illegal, evil government from power. Don't wait for the November 2020 election to do it. You make your own change. This is your country. And I think Boris Johnson should be taken down. He's just has been a horrific prime minister, surrounded by horrific people. But so yeah, I just want to give you that stuff on Theresa May and her just crying like a baby as she stepped down and stepped away from it all. They didn't even like her in the end. They didn't like her. Nobody likes me, says Theresa.
We didn't like her either.
Yep, that's right. And then, of course, very famously, his little trip to Buckingham Palace and the royals. And there's a lot of conjecture if that was even the real Queen who was there that day, because she most famously has, I think, the most body doubles in place. But his behavior, Trump's behavior that day was just incredible. He just walked all over the place wherever he went. And that Camilla Parker, she really hated it. There are lots of photos of her just incensed by Trump's apparent lack of protocol, right? And Trump was just walking all over the place. And one of the great shots that exist is that Trump walked right up to Prince Charles, which I think is a good indicator that wasn't Charles who was there, because that's, I think, what Trump is pointing out. Trump stepped ahead of Prince Charles and started to walk away at a pace that Charles couldn't keep up. And he walked right over to Charles' private guard and just began shooting the breeze with them and having a good conversation. You can imagine the kind of questions or the kind of statements he was making to these guys that had to observe what the royals were up to, hey? So yeah, and then the coup de grace shot was that Trump managed to get himself and have a photo op in Winston Churchill's very famous leather-bound chair, and Trump has the shot where he kind of famously replicates a famous image of Winston Churchill, just sort of exerting.
He's looking like a boss.
Yep, looking like the boss. Exactly, looking like he did on The Apprentice as the boss, and firing people left, right, and center. You're fired. And I think that's the significance of that shot. And again, when we do the video package for this, which eventually, of course, if you want to put that version on your site too, you'll be able to do that as well. That'll be awesome. So, and then from there, he went to Russia, and boy, was this ever a big one. Hey, if everyone remembers that, actually, no, he met Putin in Norway. That's right. They actually did it in Norway. And so at this meeting between the two of them, they're both at the podium, and Putin has a soccer ball.
Which has connotations, though, that isn't so funny. I mean, we talked about this earlier.
Exactly.
Mark, about the adrenochrome.
It's horrific, I know, but I mean, it's just you couldn't put it more in plain sight. So at this very public, this is in front of all the press, snapping their pictures, taking their video, and there is Vladimir Putin, and he hands over to Donald Trump a soccer ball, and he famously says, "The ball is in your court now, Mr. President." So does everyone get that? Putin hands Trump at this public conference a soccer ball and says, "The ball is now in your court." So what Putin is saying, we're on your team. Please don't have us killed. We're on your team. And so the ball is in your court, but we just want you to know we work for you now. And of course,
I'm sure that'll all come out, whether all of these people and who in all of the political realm, who has been working because they had to and who's been working because they wanted to. That's
right. So yeah.
Well, it's not a bad first 3.5 years of work, really, is it? It's a pretty good track record.
Just incredible. And that, the soccer ball from Putin, I think for all of you who have been rolling your eyes at this adrenochrome stuff, shame on you. Because
but we understand why you'd want to not believe it.
I guess it's just that it is the children. You need to take this seriously.
Yep.
You need to take this. If you do a modicum of research, like Mark said, it just, even away from all of the Trump stuff, the adrenochrome stuff just sticks out like a sore thumb. I mean, that's just the source of Hollywood movie after Hollywood movie. So
now, what is going to be the mechanism for eventually communicating all of this to the general public, to the masses? It's presumably going to involve some kind of emergency takeover of the broadcast networks in all these countries. That's the only way it's going to get out to everyone.
That's exactly right, Mark. That's exactly right. And what's going to happen is that the only thing that will be available via multiple sources of signals, but it'll be the one channel. It'll be the one thing, and that will be from Gitmo, Guantanamo Bay, and that's going to be the military tribunals where all of these people who are left are going to be accused. And that's the big thing. I think how this all plays out, because the evidence is there's no real defense. They've all tried to make their defenses now by capitulating. So, like, again, Kevin Spacey, Jeffrey Epstein, the Bush family, when everyone was at the funeral service for Poppy, good old Timberwolf, when they were all served those letters, they all just panicked, and in fact they requested meetings with Trump after that. And everyone remembers that, right? When did Trump arrive at good old Timberwolf's funeral? Did he arrive early or did he arrive late? He arrived this service to the monster known as George Herbert Walker Bush, Timberwolf, Pappy.
And they all looked rather ashen-faced after they got their envelopes, didn't they?
That's right. And let me throw you the punchline. They made overtures to Trump. So just to let you know. And then Trump had them, and he's had various famous people deliver pizzas to various groups in public. And do you folks see any significance in doing this? Why would Trump have Kevin Spacey deliver pizzas in public? Why would they have? Why would Donald Trump have George W. Bush serve pizza to his Secret Service detail and make sure that this was a photo opportunity and have photos taken of it?
So submission.
It's submission, but it's also
symbolism will be their downfall.
Yeah,
symbolism will be their downfall. The pizza, and also what the Secret Service guys had to witness, Mark.
Be part of the
it's what they had to witness as security for these evil fucks. So it's these poor people that you see. Remember how I said to you folks at the beginning of this, how there are millions of victims of World War III? It's just different. And these Secret Service agents, all of those guards, Trump, he famously outpaces Prince Philip, goes over to Prince Philip's detail. What do you think he was saying to them? I love you guys. I love what you stand for. I can't imagine what you guys have had to witness and what to just know that help is coming. Just know that help is coming. I'll bet you that's exactly what Trump was saying to Charles's royal guard. So there are a ton of victims. There are millions and millions, and of course the number one victims are the kids. And when the numbers come forward, you're going to be sick to your stomach. So this World War III this is the worst war ever. It just doesn't seem that way. It just doesn't seem that way, but it is, folks. Nancy Pelosi. He took Nancy Pelosi down very famously. Governor Newsom of California, former Governor Jerry Brown, he took them down very, very publicly. In fact, it's after those Paradise fires in California, they were there was a video that was shot of Trump boots on the ground checking out the source of the fires and stuff. And for 3 straight minutes, both Newsom and Jerry Brown, governor and former governor, had their hands wrapped together behind them for the whole 3 minutes. The whole 3 minutes they were told to have their hands look like they were handcuffed and behind their backs for the whole 3 minutes as they're walking in and amongst all of the wreckage and flotsam and jetsam of the insanity of those paradise fires. And they're walking about with their hands cuffed behind them, without cuffs on, for 3 minutes. And then the picture that I posted on our page the other day, I think going back to the end of March or the beginning of April, Trump forced New York Governor Cuomo to show up to his press conference with his nipple piercings in, and they were showing underneath his white shirt. And I posted the picture. You can see them plain as day, and not a single person in the press noticed it, or if they did, not a single person in the mainstream media said anything. And in one shot, Cuomo was forced to pull back his jacket and unveil, for some bizarre reason, the whole front of his chest, and still nobody got it, or nobody asked him a question about, hey, Governor, why are you wearing nipple piercings? And they appear to be huge nipple piercings. And just so you know, folks,
it would be the bar.
It's the bar. And so just so you know, folks, the backstory to this is that the footage that Trump had on Cuomo at a spirit cooking events, and Abramovich was there was child murder, torture going on. And at this party, all duded up in different paint and ceremonial costume and stuff, was Governor Cuomo with these big nipple rings. And so you can see how Trump can be pretty tough here, folks. He said, yeah, and what I'd like to see you is show up at your next press conference with, you're pretty proud of those nipple rings when you're killing kids. How about you wear those nipple rings to your next presser? And he did what he was told. Wow. He did what he was told, and you can see it.
I feel like I need to take a shower after this podcast.
Great. Oh.
Now, if the cabal knows its days are numbered, there's every chance they might try to roll out every weapon that they have in their arsenal at this stage, you would think. So they pulled the George Floyd Black Lives Matter stunt out of their toolkit. Presumably we can expect more along these lines, or would you say that they've been so neutered by now and they've been rendered so impotent because so many of the ringmasters have been put out of action that they don't really have that many tricks left up their sleeve? All they've got is the mainstream media and all the propaganda and fear that they can spread through that.
Yes.
I guess my question is, do you expect more false flag stunts to be forthcoming between now and November, or do you not?
Yes,
think they've got
but not to the same extent, because Soros has been removed. Now, I'm not saying that I know that Soros has been murdered or not, because the Soros trial publicly would be exactly what they want. Just like Oprah. People are calling for, well, if they kill Tom Hanks, please kill Oprah. No, they don't want to do these things. They want these people to have their first of 2 judgment days. There's going to be the big judgment day, the only one that really matters. But there is also going to be a judgment day here on Earth where we all get to tune in if we want. And they want this for Soros. So it's my belief that Soros has been removed, but I think he's still alive. They want these key people for these trials. They really do. That the ones that they have killed, they have had to do so. And remember, I'm going to just make this very clear. It's when one child's life is at risk, they've made the decision to execute. So the ones that have been executed are the ones that have posed the greatest threats to children. And that's why Tom Hanks has been taken out. And we're told Rita Wilson as well. I have no idea whether that's true or not, but she might as well be. Do you see those pictures of Rita Wilson in her last days, or the last photos that exist of her? Yike. Missing your adrenochrome much? Yike.
You posted a picture that Tom Hanks had taken in Australia of some Vegemite spread on some toast. And there appears to be an image carved into the Vegemite on the toast. Very bizarre story, but again, more symbolism.
It is, and also most people didn't get the symbolism of the glass of water tilted up on the side of the plate, but the water was level. So people are going, see, it's a mistake, it's an error, it's all Photoshop, this isn't real and stuff. No, he's on this. This is Australia, and he's been taken into custody by the U.S. Marines. And the Marines are the ones that have been going ship to shore all around the world. The Marines have been doing all of the international arrests. And so he was on, I guarantee it, he was on a U.S. naval ship that was populated by the Marines. And he knew that he was going to be, for me, I take all of that he was going to be executed that day. That's his last message and stuff, other than, of course, hosting Saturday Night Live from hell, I guess. But
it was supposed to be a hanged man, right? The image.
That's right. I took another image and then highlighted so that people could see it a little bit better. Kind of outlined it and highlighted the hangman image. Also, by the way, folks, you can see it with the toast. Not many people have got that itself. But again, to hang a person, you have to have a column that is very sturdy. But then the person that's hanging has to be away from that post, or they can wrap their legs around it to try to suspend themselves. So they go out and to the right, correct? That's what the hangman's pole looks like. Well, that's how, if you look at his breakfast toast, just while you were listening, go back and just check it, and then look at Tom Hanks' toast, and the second piece of toast is up and to the right, and that is the hangman's post with the noose, and he took a bite out of the noose. And a lot of people have not got in that little post is what I put up at the top there, and that little saying that's from Tom Hanks, and that's what Tom Hanks said as his sort of farewell words to this world, which is that I smoke up good shit every single day, and the stuff that I smoke is so strong that'll make your little dick fall off. Who's he talking about? What's he talking about? He's talking about little boys, little kids. And then he says, and I make no apologies. He said, I'm going to go out on fire as I lived my life on fire. I lived it my way. That's Tom Hanks being a devil to the absolute end. So if you're wondering why he was taken out, because they could not guarantee the safety of children with that man alive. So how sick and evil is Tom Hanks? Wow. Just telling you, folks, and it's all going to come out. It's all going to come out, the stuff and what he was really doing and what he was really behind. Tom Hanks was behind a massive, massive organization.
And how does that psychologically affect you? Like, it affects me because I liked Tom Hanks as an actor, and I used to think that he was, a fairly decent person. And just knowing that I even liked someone like that, and the thought of the things that he's done, it just makes me feel, like you said, you want to take a shower, you feel so dirty. That's how I feel.
A very important question that I've got, which people have asked me to put to you, actually, is the takedown of the deep state criminals and all these paedophiles and stuff is something that would be welcomed by anyone in their right mind. Everyone would want that. But what about what lies beyond all this? And what would the world look like once this system has been dismantled under Donald Trump? So when he enters his second term, how can we be sure it wouldn't just be another expression of a kind of New World Order, one world government, just under Trump in his vision. And also, what would happen at the end of Trump's second term? So presumably he's going to get re-elected in November. That will take him through to, 2024 then, by which point he'll be 78 years of age. Imagine that. What happens then? Any insights into that?
For sure, but again, people are just going to believe anyone who's asking that question in relation to all that the man has done. Clearly, it's mind blowing to me. But anyways, Trump is going to walk away from all of this. He's not going to continue on with this much longer. This has taken an incredible toll on him. He's done it at his age because Trump is a very remarkable individual. He really is, and he has a strong will of life. There's a lot of things about Donald Trump that people don't know, and about his maturity and wisdom, and about the spiritual side of Donald Trump as well. And I also really want to point out to everyone here's the thing. If you really understood, if you understood your numerology and symbology, you'd absolutely know that. So the biggest reason how we know and are absolutely sure about so many things is because of all of the numerology and symbology that has always been used by the Q team, by John F. Kennedy Jr., by Donald J. Trump. The symbology there's never been a mistake. There's never been a situation where they've used the wrong symbology. It's always beautiful.
Trump is trying to, and the Q movement are trying to really create leaders. We are to all become leaders. And that's why they will give it back to the people. But before that, we need to find out who we really are and what's really been going on. And I would suggest that that's what the Great Awakening is, and that's what all this is about, and that's why we're doing what we do, and that's why you do what you do, Mark. We're not trying to create followers. This isn't about creating money for ourselves. I mean, those are all bonuses that we can get, resources out of it. But it's about creating a mindset for people to go and discover their own truths. There's a truth out there that we need to discover. It's been hidden from us. And when we realize all of that, we will be the people that we need to be. And we can then run our own communities, our own world. We don't need those politicians. We don't need those authorities. We'll not let ourselves get into this predicament again where we give our power away. And so what do we have to prove that Trump is going to do this? Well, I think we've laid out a lot of who Trump is and what he's about. And we have to have faith at some point, and we have to grow up, and we have to become responsible for our own lives, and we have to become responsible for our families and our own actions. And so when that happens, we will be the regenerated person that can do all of those wonderful things and share in this incredible world that they're saying, we've taken the evil, now what are you going to do?
And if this does turn out to be just another social engineering psyop, it will be just about the cruelest psyop ever played on the public psyche, one of false hope.
It would be, but I know it's not.
Yeah, and again, that's not just a hope statement. If you know your symbology, if you know your numerology, you know all of this is real, and they're just constantly coding. That's the beautiful thing. If you take all of this seriously, like the QAnons do. This is amazing stuff because they know their symbol. And this is all godly, ancient, spiritual, godly symbology and numerology. It's beautiful, and that's what they use all the time. Trump is constantly making references out of the Bible to the highest, beautifulest things. And when Trump talks about religion or his spiritual nature, or when John F. Kennedy Jr. does, they're always God. It's God, 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 God. When you listen to a literalist Christian, it's Jesus is God. Jesus is my Lord. Jesus Christ is my Savior, and don't tell me anything else or I'll,
Right. So the
I'll
ultimate power
firebomb
is
your-
God, and why would we not go straight to God? And that's part of the ruse of religion is they've become the intermediaries between you and God.
by
and they
creating, that's right, by taking the chrism oil and personifying it into a fleshy, three-dimensional, almost Swiss-looking, handsome gentleman that just, was wandering around the Holy Land with his friends 2,000 years ago. It's a horrible, it's a horrible subterfuge. It is, and again,
So we need to find our power.
Yeah, it's all going to come out. It's all going to come out.
So as we record this, we're a few days away, well, a couple of weeks away from the 4th of July. Big things on the cards?
Yes. Well, that's always been the plan, and they have removed, and now that this is the other thing that gives me hope that they'll continue. What we're talking about, of course, is the resurrection of George from the pages of George magazine, who will make a timely reappearance with a full moon over Mount Rushmore.
Platform 2020.
Platform 2020 with a full moon over Mount Rushmore. And, like Mark knows, the full moon, the fullest of the moon is July 5th, but July 4th is a very powerful full moon over Mount Rushmore. And Donald Trump has announced that he's going to be there on July 4th
Big celebration
at Mount Rushmore. Why? I don't know. Why would he be there? That's weird. And it just happens to be on a magazine cover from February of 1997 for a magazine owned by his best friend in the world, which was John F. Kennedy Jr. And look, folks, at the end of the day, I can speak to this because I just don't know why, but from a very young age, I have been powerfully connected to, and it's not fair to say the Kennedys, I've been very powerfully connected to John Fitzgerald Kennedy and Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy, RFK. JFK and RFK, I've been powerfully connected, so much so that when I was 5 years of age, I left preschool or kindergarten, and I walked home all on my own. I apparently had never done that before, and when my mom went to pick me up from school, I wasn't there. Nobody knew where I was. Mom went back home on a chance, and she found me downstairs in the basement. I was watching the funeral train that took RFK's coffin draped in the American flag on a train back across the United States. And I just don't know why, but I have been drawn to this, and I have researched it and cared about it desperately my whole life. And when JFK Jr. was killed in '99, it was a pretty heavy blow to me personally. It just felt like one of the biggest aspects or parts of hope in my life was now gone, and I was actually very, very angry for a while because of the carelessness, because he had to have known.
So it's like full circle. This is like completion. This is like the number 12.
It is for me. And so when you hear these stories from behind the scenes that Donald Trump is doing this to aid in the completion of his favorite president, which was John F. Kennedy, and to help the dream of the president's son, who went to such an extent that he faked his death and went underground for 21 years to put together the master plan that would take down this world. And what did John Kennedy say in the very pages of his own magazine, very publicly? He said that I will find the killers, if you remember, folks. He said, plural, killers of my father, and he said, I will evoke justice upon them.
Even if I have to.
Even if I have to
take down the government.
Yeah, take down the government to do so. And then he disappeared, or he was murdered. You believe what you want to believe. I know what I know. And there's a beautifulness to this. And the people that don't get this, Mark, have anger in their lives. The people that get this have love in their hearts. and that's about as blunt as I can be or will choose to be right now on this situation. Those that are not getting this and are worried that suddenly this angelic creation in Donald Trump, who's doing this because he needs this, like he needs a hole in the head, is somehow evil and is now going to just turn this into a dictatorship and stuff. These people lack love. They lack balance in their minds, and that's why we teach meditation. That's why we teach qigong. That's why we teach tai chi. It's why we teach breathing, diet. All of these things are going to be so important as we move forward in the year 2021. Healing is what is going to come next. And you asked earlier, so what's this all going to look like and how is this all going to play out? I think society is going to be very slow to get back to work. Very slow. I think there's going to be sort of a kind of a feeling like they're getting back to work. Trump's talking positively, getting everybody back to work. But pretty soon it's going to then be the election. And then after that election, after the winter solstice, when the sun is the lowest within us that it can possibly be, then I think there's going to be a time for soul reflection. And that's when these tribunals are going to start. And that's when all of this is going to come out in 2021. And it's then we're going to need Mark Devlin. It's then we're going to need Collywog big time to help all of us to process just how dark and evil everything has been. But all I can tell you is that I don't guess at these things. I know these things, and I know that Donald Trump is aiding John F. Kennedy Jr. avenge his father's plan, and it was his father and his uncle's plan.
And freeing the world.
Those two kids, giving back liberty to those that have the strength to grasp it.
By my dogs. Well, did you guys enjoy the show? It's a good little movie there. The Plan. Peace in your life. You can have peace in your life. You just gotta understand where we are in the plan and sit back and worry about your life. But, there's still aspects of it that affect us on some level every single day, and we still watch and wait for that stuff to change. So, my lovely friends, that is all I've got for you tonight on this Tuesday night. It's been a good day, beautiful weather. Hope you guys got outside today and enjoyed it like I did. My dogs mauled me outside too, covered in dirt, and I think I need a shower. But luckily, the swelling in my feet went down, so that's good. But yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow, and we'll see what's going on in the world then. Look at all the news updates and watch some more cool stuff like we did today. Yeah, it was a pretty good one. I think we might have watched that once way back, but I wasn't sure. So it's good to revisit this stuff anyway, because forget all this stuff. I'm reminded of stuff every day. Been learning a lot, though. The video with Elon Musk talking about the Kardashians, that was a lot. And what Juan Savin had to say about Elon Musk the other night was a lot. And the stuff about Bitcoin and DARPA and It's a lot, but it sounds like it's all going to change. Don't forget that thing we saw at the beginning of the show, the letter from Ivanka Trump saying by June we'd be living in a different environment. What do you guys think? We could live with that, huh? We could definitely live with that. So, all right, my friends, have a good night, and God bless you for being here today. If you're here, God wanted you here. He wanted you to learn something here. Everything you do, every move you make, it's for a reason. Remember that. You're another piece of the puzzle. I will see you tomorrow, my friends. Much love. God bless. Stay out of trouble. I know you will.
Here's your daily reminder that people suck and you're going to get pissed off today. Don't cuss nobody out, don't fist fight, and don't go to jail. You got this. Good luck.
It's a good time to be medicated. Good time, good time.
It was a beautiful day. The sun beat down. I had the radio on. I was driving. Trees went by. Me and Del were singing Little Runaway. I was flying. Yeah, running down a dream that never would come to me. Working on a mystery, going wherever it leads. Running down a dream. I felt so good, like anything was possible. Hit cruise control and rub my eyes. The last 3 days, and the rain was unstoppable. It was always cold, no sunshine. Yeah, running down a dream that never would come to me. Working on a mystery, going wherever it leads. Running down a dream. The sky grew dark. I put the pedal down to make some time. There's something good waiting down this road. I'm picking up whatever is mine. I'm running down a dream that never would come to me. Working on a mystery, going wherever it leads. Running down a dream. Yeah, I'm running down a dream that never would come to me. Working on a mystery, going wherever
believe in governance. We want to keep government open. A shutdown is very serious.
There are real consequences when the government shuts down. It harms our national security, it harms our economy, and it harms service members, veterans, retirees, and vulnerable communities.
We all know a shutdown is unnecessary and completely avoidable.
The tragedy here is all the civilian employees. It is the American people who are going to suffer.
Border Patrol agents will not be paid. TSA agents will not be paid. Small businesses will be hurt.
Not only is it irresponsible and purposely misleading, it is dangerous precedent to be threatening a shutdown.
I'm worried about our air controllers, those in the military. We have over almost 40,000 in the military, as well as personnel who work in the military, and they won't have checks. I mean, this is real.
There are real people's lives at stake.
It is not normal to hold 800,000 workers' paychecks hostage. It is not normal to shut down the government when we don't get what we want.
Our troops deserve better. Our children deserve better. And the American people deserve better.
These chaos agents, they don't have a plan B. They just want to see everything burn.
Shutdown is an extremist policy designed to appeal to an extremist base and hold the whole country hostage.
So if this shutdown, you know who's going to feel the pain? You know who it hurts? You.
Something special. So today is 100 days to go for a new competition that we created together. The FIFA Club World Cup, the best clubs in the world with the best players in the world. So we can show this is a unique trophy. This is the trophy, but it's not finished because it's unlike any other trophy. There is a key.
Oh, wow.
There is no other sports trophy like that.
Oh, that is good. Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta be kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wait.
Wow. That's one I understand.
And that's the trophy.
That is something, huh?
We gotta win now. Mr. President. This is a good one.
That's beautiful.
Inter Miami and Seattle Sounders play.
Never seen anything
trophy.
like that.
It is it's a trophy of the future.
Yeah.
It represents the past, the future, everything, the present.
And this will be at the White House for a little while.
Yes.
So if anybody needs a picture or anything, you can take it. But this is.
If you like it, Mr. President, it can stay here just on the 13th of July. You should take it with me.
Let's leave it here.
To the stadium to give it to the winners. They can take a picture, then we bring it back here after the picture.
Let's do that. We'll leave it here. We'll have it in the White House quite a bit.
Excellent.
It travels a little bit also, but I appreciate it. That's good. And I know this can definitely stay, right? Anyway, thank you, Johnny, very much.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Initiate drop sequence.
Let's do that. We'll leave it here. We'll have it in the White House quite a bit.
Excellent.
It travels a little bit also, but I appreciate it. That's good.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Display.
Never seen anything like that.
It's a trophy of the future.
Yeah.
It represents the past, the future, everything, the present.
Let's do that. We'll leave it here. We'll have it in the White House quite a bit. It travels a little bit also, but I appreciate it. That's good.
Treated you like a rusty blade, a throwaway from an open grave. Cut you loose from a chain gang and let you go. the day you said it's true. Some love holds, some gets used. Tried to tell you I never knew it could be so sweet. Who could ever be so cruel? Blame the devil for the things you do. It's such a selfish way to lose, the way you lose these wasted blues, these wasted blues. Tell me that it's nobody's fault, nobody's fault but my own. Tell me that it's nobody's fault, nobody's fault but my own. Tell me that it's nobody's fault, nobody's fault but my own. Tell me that it's nobody's fault, nobody's fault but my own. When the moon is a counterfeit, better find the one that fits. Better find the one that lights the way for you. When the road is full of nails, garbage pails and darkened jails, and the tongues are full of heartless tales that drain on you. Who would ever notice you and fade into a shaded room? It's such a selfish way to lose, the way you lose these wasted blues, these wasted blues. Tell me that it's nobody's fault, nobody's fault but my own. Tell me that it's nobody's fault, nobody's fault but my own. Tell me that it's nobody's fault, nobody's fault but my own. Tell me that it's nobody's fault, nobody's fault but my own.
In 160 seconds, you will decide how this story ends. This is a story about us, the indoor generation. A generation that spends 90% of its life indoors. It all started the day we left nature behind. We filled our homes with lovely things and all the stuff we wanted. Our homes became places you would never want to leave. Artificial light replaced daylight, and we built our houses so that nothing could escape. We cooked and showered, breathed and played, slept and sweated. But we had closed ourselves in to a point where nothing could get out. So when the air turned bad inside, we tried fixing it with chemicals. And we put in little artificial suns everywhere to make the darkness bearable. That's when things started to happen. Hard to notice in the beginning. Some needed help to sleep, to breathe, to not itch. Many of us even started to feel sad. So we turned on happy lamps to make the sadness go away. Then, scientists discovered that the air inside our homes is up to 5 times more polluted than the air outside. And that the lack of daylight can affect children's learning and increase blood pressure. It turns out that kids' rooms often have the highest concentration of toxicants in the house. In fact, millions of homes are unhealthy to live in. They discovered that living in damp and moldy homes increases the risk of asthma by 40%. And I learned that millions of people like me suffer from asthma and allergies caused by a bad indoor environment. And so, here we are. How the story ends is up to you, because it's not written yet. If you care about the indoor generation, do something. Begin to think and live differently. Let light and fresh air into your life again. Even small changes can make a huge difference for coming generations.
Some people are just born to fight, I think. It's not that they're born brave. It's not that they're born strong. It's just that the universe has decided that this one will have grit and fire and steel in their blood. And it'll be tested, this cosmic metal of theirs. They'll face trial after trial, be broken and damaged in countless ways. But this one was born to fight. Maybe it's not the life they would have chosen. Maybe they'd love to lay down their arms. But they were born to fight.
China and Iran are doing military exercises together. Does that concern you?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Why not?
Because we're stronger than all of them. We have more power than all of them. I rebuilt the military. Unfortunately, Biden did nothing with it, but I rebuilt the military. But we don't want to even talk about that. I think it's
candle calls the mama, I'm sure all the hand and I just around. Action speaks louder than words, and I'm a man, a great experience. I know you got another man, but I can love you better than him. Take my hand, don't be afraid, I'm gonna prove every word I say. I'm advertising love for free, so you can place your ad to me. Once I come along and down by the dozen, I ain't nothing but let me light your candle calls and mama, I'm sure all the hand and I just around. Yeah, all the hand now. Oh baby, baby, here I am, a man on your scene. I can give you what you want, but you got to come home with me. I forgot some good old loving and I got some more in store. When I get through throwing on you, you gotta come running back for more. Run along and down by the dozen. I ain't nothing but drugstore love. Hey, little thing, let me light your candle calls and mama, I'm sure all the hand and I just around. Hard the hand and now. Oh yeah, let me light your candle calls and mama, I'm sure all the hand and I just around. Yeah, so all the hand and I. Give me one reason to stay here, and I'll turn right back around. Give me one reason to stay here, and I'll turn right back around. Said I don't wanna leave you lonely. You gotta make me change my mind. Baby, I got your number. Oh, and I know that you got mine. You know that I called you. I called too many times. You can call me, baby. You can call me anytime. You got to call me. Give me one reason to stay here, and I'll turn right back around. Give me one reason to stay here, and I'll turn right back around. Said I don't wanna leave you lonely. You gotta make me change my mind. I don't want no one to squeeze me. They might take away my life. I don't want no one to squeeze me. They might take away my life. I just want someone to hold me. Oh, and rock me through the night. The youthful heart can love you, yes, and give you what you need. I said this youthful heart can love you, oh, and give you what you need. But I'm too old to go chasing you around, wasting my precious energy. Give me one reason to stay here, yes, and I'll turn right back around. Give me one reason to stay here, oh, and I'll turn right back around. Said I don't wanna leave you lonely. You gotta make me change my mind. Baby, just give me one reason. Oh, give me just one reason why. Baby, just give me one reason. Oh, give me just one reason why I should stay. Said I told you that I loved you, and there ain't no more to say.
When God gives you a business idea, He's not looking at your bank balance. He's looking at your belief. The same God who gave you the vision will send the clients, the resources, and the opportunities. Your job isn't to question how, it's to trust who sent you. Because here's the truth. God doesn't plant ideas without provision. If He put it in your heart, He's already made a way. Your job isn't to overthink it, it's to start. And I know starting can feel scary when you don't have all the answers. But faith moves faster than money. The resources don't show up first, the decision does. When you move, everything else aligns. You're not meant to do this alone. The right people, the right opportunities, they are already on their way to you. But they can't meet you where you haven't moved. So if you've been waiting for the money, the sign, or the right time, this is it. Move in faith, and watch how God handles the rest.
You are going to make it. You are going to make it. And when you do, you are going to be so thankful that you didn't give up. You are going to go further than you ever thought possible. You are going to make your family so proud. You are going to be able to set your family up in that house. You are going to be able to do it. You are going to step into that thing that you've been avoiding. You are going to take the step in the direction of success. You are going to do it. I know sometimes you say, I can't go on any further. I can't do it. But God is saying, you can and you will and you are doing it right now. Like right now, you are doing it. You are capable of doing so much more than you even thought possible. You have only scratched the surface with what is in you. You are going to show up and share your gifts. You are going to be seen. You are going to get your recognition. This is the promise that is spoken on your life. It is only up to you to believe it. God has given you wings. It is only up to you to believe that you have them. It is only up to you to have faith that you can use them, that you can fly exceedingly and abundantly higher than you've ever been before, that you can do things that no one else has done before, that your family has not done before. And you are already doing it. The world is yours. Oh my goodness. You are going to do such great things in this world. I just feel the Holy Spirit say, like, you are so special and you are so capable and you are going to do it. And I'm proud of you.
If you don't want me to pray for you, keep scrolling. Heavenly Father, I speak victory, life, healing, and abundance over this person. Cancel every plan and assignment the devil has for them. Take everything the devil meant for evil and turn it around for their good. Turn every obstacle into an opportunity. Turn every breaking point into a breakthrough. Jesus, the same way you turned water into wine, I pray you turn their anxiety into peace, their sadness into joy, their fear into faith, their what ifs into even ifs, their mess into their message, their test into their testimony. I pray you heal any pain this person has been dealing with. Take away their anxiety, depression, and burdens they've been carrying. Replace their negative thoughts with positive thoughts and give them the love, comfort, fulfillment, and satisfaction they've been looking for their entire life. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Without pain Sometimes I feel like I am drunk behind the wheel of possibility, however it may roll. Give it a spin, see if you can somehow factor in. You know there's always more than one way to say exactly what you mean to say. Was I out of my head? Was I out of my mind? How could I have ever been so blind? I was waiting for an indication. It was hard to find. Don't matter what I say, only what I do. I never mean to do bad things to you. So quiet, but I finally woke up. If you're sad, then it's time you spoke up too. Only what I do. I never mean to do bad things to you. So quiet, but I finally woke up. If you're sad, then it's time you spoke up too. Was I out of my head or was I out of my mind? How could I have ever been so blind? I was waiting for an invitation. It was hard to find. Don't matter what I say, only what I do. I never mean to do bad things to you. So quiet, but I finally woke up. If you're sad, then it's time you spoke up too.
You there, soldier of God. I've been asked to remind you that the enemy roams around like a lion, looking for a soul to devour. Do not let it be you. So while you sleep, he plots. While you laugh, he schemes. So put on your helmet of salvation. Put on your breastplate of righteousness. Put on that belt of truth. Make sure those shoes of peace are tight. Don your shield. You will need it for when the enemy throws his fiery darts at you. And most importantly, make sure your sword is sharp. The word of God is the only tool we have to fight this enemy. So know it, be well trained in it, and do not be afraid. For God did not give us a spirit of fear. And remember that if God goes before us and is with us, who, dare I say, can stand against us?
2024 is the final battle. They're going after Trump, and if they can get Trump, it means they can get you, they can get me, they can get all of us. He is standing in the way, and that can sound like a campaign slogan, but it's very true.
Now we're approaching the most important battle of our lives.
Now, for the very first time in American history, a sitting president's DOJ has indicted his top political rival ahead of a presidential campaign. When they indicted me for nothing, I said, now the gloves are off. Now we have to say if I can see the truth. If you do something bad to us, we are going to do things to you that have never been done before.
You told me you were drowning. I would not lend a hand. I've seen your face before, my friend, but I don't know if you know who I am. Well, I
have a problem with someone, you have to go after them. And it's not necessarily to teach that person a lesson. It's to teach all of the people that are watching a lesson.
The last time we ever met, but I know the reason why you keep me silent.
When we get back in the White House, I will totally obliterate the deep state.
The hurt doesn't show, but the pain still grows. Some stranger to you and me.
Power. I don't really want to have peace with these people who did this to us and are continuing to do this to us. We have to turn the tables on them, give them a dose of their own medicine, and then we can even the playing field, and then we can discuss unity.